open up the economy. States have to come back on those restrictions that are now imposed. That has always been President Trump's policy. Open up, expand, and grow. Joe Biden has taken the other tack. He's being very cautious, prepare and look at health first of all, and therefore he's entertained the idea of more lockdowns. That is not popular with investors. They don't want to see that. They want to see growth and prosperity, and you get that by opening up. And so what you got now is a stock market that's looking at a very significant gain in the middle of the evening, even though so many races are just far too close to call, and where in Pennsylvania, as Brett's saying, you're probably going to have to wait until the next couple of days to get a result out of there. Nonetheless, investors like what they see and are pushing stock prices higher at this moment. That could all change, of course. That's what happens on the market. But as of now, investors are putting their money into stocks, and stock gains are holding.
Thank you, Stuart.
Stuart,
Great
as
to have you
always,
with us
thank you.
tonight. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in New Hampshire. Let's put that up and see the impact of that on the overall numbers here. Biden 53%, 44% as we take a look at the big picture here. You've got President Trump with 115, Joe Biden with 133. You know, New Hampshire was a state that the president lost by just close to 3,000 votes last time around. And we've talked about this, but there were a number of states that early on the Trump team was looking at as places that they could turn into Trump states. Places like New Mexico, Nevada, places New Hampshire. So this is the first one of those four that we're seeing tonight, and it's clear that Joe Biden is very comfortably holding the lead, even more so than Hillary Clinton did.
And the president made a stop in New Hampshire, at least one. I know the vice president went there as well. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you seeing right now? What are you feeling right now?
A couple of things. The betting odds had once gotten up as high as 78% for Trump. They dialed back to 60-something now at about 70, so he's still the favorite of people who are betting their money tonight.
But put the caveat on that, because I've had people asking me, what are the Vegas casinos have better pollsters than the Washington types? It's just market money.
It's market money. I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, you know, Stuart made the point. I mean, people are betting their money in stocks, and people in China are worried about the yuan, and the trend is in that direction. Now, look, we got a long way to go tonight.
Yeah.
But at a minimum,
All right. Let's do that. All right, can you guys hear everything on the feed? Am I live now? Yes, no, maybe. Yeah? All right. All right, we're going to try this again.
Fake news. Faker news. A media controlled by people pushing their own agenda.
It just makes me smile.
News. Well, that stops here. This is the Larry Thorpe Show, with all the fake news that dominates the media. This is your cozy little home for the truth. Larry Thorpe is a U.S. Army veteran and a serial entrepreneur. Originally from Chicago, he actually moved to Phoenix, Arizona a few years ago, looking for freedom from political tyranny. A constitutional conservative, Larry Thorpe, bringing value and holding the media accountable for the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. This is the Larry Thorpe Show.
That just makes me smile every time I hear it. I don't know why. All right. Let's take a look here. Sorry about that for everybody that was watching and we got disconnected. Thanks for jumping back on. Sorry about the audio issues, and let's see what we got going on. So, while we were on break, we had some updates come in. It looks like they have called a number of states, additional states for Joe Biden, and we're currently looking at 133 projected for Joe Biden to 117 for Donald Trump. According to Vegas, though, the odds are still in Trump's favor, and we're just waiting for the numbers to come in. So let's check in with Fox News and see what they've got to say.
Night for these Senate races, that is next.
Ooh. Okay, scratch that. We don't need a commercial from them. Let's see what's going on with Politico. All right. 46% of Minnesota is in, and we are... Well, I had high hopes for Minnesota, and it does not look like they are going to come in. Still possible to turn around, but that's not looking good. Let's take a look and see what Google's got on that reporting. So 837,000 for Joe Biden versus 571,000 with 39% for Donald Trump. Joe Jorgensen did not play much of anything in that race. I'm waiting to see. It's going to be interesting tonight to see because the Libertarian Party has had a lot of attention on social media that they have not had before. It's going to be interesting to see if any of the swing states are actually swung because of the Libertarian vote. So I'm looking forward to figuring out, to keeping an eye on that as we go here. I had high hopes for Minnesota. We got 47% reporting. The one advantage that we have is that a lot of the Biden votes are probably going to be in already. Let's take a look at 2016. All right, 2016 results. No, I need more data. Let's go back. All right, so total Popular vote in Minnesota was 1,367,000 for Clinton, 1,322,000 for Trump. So a total of about 2.7. And currently we have... Oh, we got a long way to go in Minnesota. Okay, that's exciting. We got a long way to go, considering we've had record turnout across the country, and we're currently sitting on about 1.3. We're... All right. What do we have for county level? So Clinton carried it with 7 counties, it looks like. 9 counties. And currently, at least 4 of those are leaning Trump. So if Trump were to pick up some of these other counties that are leaning Biden, that's still up for grabs. Okay, that's encouraging. I'm liking that. Let's take a look here. Iowa, we've got 53% of the vote in, and that's leaning Biden. Illinois is a lock. That'll... Yeah, they'll never learn. They will never learn. How much you want to bet they even pass what they're calling the fair tax, where they're going to unfairly tax anyone that has more money. A lot higher taxes. All right. Montana leading by 313 votes. That's got 29% of the expected vote in. 73% of the vote in. Now that is an upset. 73% of the vote in Arizona. And that is currently leading Biden by 210,000 votes. That'll be sad. Let's take a look at that a little closer. Arizona. Show me what's going on. I want to see the Senate race. And Mark Kelly is leading by 260,000 votes. 72% reporting. Unfortunately, he's probably going to win that. All right. That's rough. All right. I've still got hope that Donald Trump is going to pull this out for president, but in Arizona. But Martha McSally has had an uphill battle since she started, and I think she did this to herself when she frustrated the Republican voters that have now stepped off to form the Patriot Party by not entering into a debate with Daniel McCarthy. She segregated a lot of her base that showed up today to the polls and would have voted for her had she just met their candidate on a debate floor. So, yeah. Yeah, Seth, if Arizona goes blue, I as much as I love it here, I'm not going to love what it's becoming. I may end up having to call a realtor. We moved here for very specific reasons, and if this state goes blue, it will be sad to see. All right, let's take a look at, see what Fox News has.
This is the thank you time, and I'll try not to keep us here forever.
Oh, Lindsey Graham, congratulations and thank you speech.
Oh, from the day I got into this business until now. I am...
Pardon me, but I don't really need to hear that. And Lindsey Graham is going to still be the South Carolina senator. Oh, let's take a look over here. Okay. What are we watching on the Motion Picture Association?
Looking at the NBC News board.
All right. All right. I'm going to move that panel back over here and see if I can find a better feed of what's going on in D.C. right now. And let's take a look. Let's see some crazies. Oh, General Flynn on Twitter says, steady digital soldier, steady, success breeds success. Mainstream media has done another disservice, so trust your own research and each other. We will achieve another major victory for American greatness. Yes, I do hope so. Dan Bongino. Let's see what he's got to say here.
Holy shit, pardon my language. Huge development in South Florida. It is an absolute bloodbath in South Florida for the Democrats. The Hispanic voters in South Florida have absolutely revolted. Not only does it look like Trump is going to kick the shit out of Biden in Florida, because South Florida Hispanics that traditionally vote Democrat are voting for Trump. We may take, listen to me, we may take 2 House seats in the United States House of Representatives from the Democrats in South Florida. I'm not kidding. Looks like Carlos Jimenez, a Republican, is going to defeat Debbie Mursell in Florida, which is incredible. Do you know how much money they poured into that race, the Democrats, to hold that seat? They're going to lose votes. Listen, again, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the night. Looks like Georgia and North Carolina looking pretty decent right now. But the House, 2 House races in Florida, the Democrats right now have got to be panicking about what's going on in Florida. Unbelievable. Not only are we going to win Florida, we're going to take back 2 House seats. Never, ever give up on minority voters. Hispanic voters are with us. They share our values. We should have never given up, and it shows what you can do when you focus on going out and doing outreach. I'll be back in a few with some more updates.
That's Dan Bongino, D Bongino, or at D Bongino on Parler. Dan, do me a favor, mind your language, and I'll keep bringing you on the show. But, you don't talk like that on your show. Do us all a favor and don't talk like that on your posts, and maybe we can trust you to be a digital non-present guest on our shows. But, no, I don't approve. Oh, let's take a look and see.
And there's Gwinnett County has only got 7% of the vote in, which is not very much. So that's also part of a little bit of a slowness there.
What cities are Gwinnett County?
Stone.
It's suburban Atlanta.
It's suburban Atlanta.
Just outside of Atlanta.
So they're calling
I didn't know where it was.
Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
Which
It's
we
suburban Atlanta. That's where a lot of the population
explain.
is right around Atlanta. Let's take a wider aperture here. And Ed, I know you were talking to both campaigns, as I am as well, in between these breaks, emailing and some people are wondering, well, if Biden can't win Florida, if it's getting close in North Carolina and Georgia, has this closed his path to the presidency? What are you hearing?
No, not necessarily. You talk to Biden campaign aides right now, they remain hopeful that they can flip Arizona. Would be the first time that Democrats have won it since 1992. They also believe that they will ultimately prevail in Michigan and Wisconsin. But those are 2 of those big states with a lot of absentee ballots. They're going to take a little while to vote because of the pandemic and the fact that voting was kind of lopsided this year. A lot of it came early. If they don't get Florida, if they don't get Pennsylvania, there is still a path, they believe, but it involves a combination of Arizona and restoring the big blue wall in the upper Midwest. And right now in North Carolina, the Biden campaign says it all comes down to Wake County, North Carolina. There's just a small percentage left in one of that state's bigger counties. They're not quite sure whose vote it is to be had. But if it goes their way, they may just eke out a win in North Carolina. So, look, this is the scenario that we knew could happen, that we'd be waiting for a while for big states to turn in their ballots. And for now, a lot of it rests on these remaining 7 of the 9 that we're tracking.
So let's take a look then at the map.
We knew that we were going to see California, Oregon, Wisconsin, and Washington go to Biden. That's not a surprise at all. I guess they are still hopeful about Arizona, and I can understand that hope, but I'm certainly not ready to throw in the towel yet. Let's see.
Laid out. Let's say Florida, Georgia, North Carolina hold for the president, even though they might hold narrowly. So you take Arizona, that gets Joe Biden to 243. You put Wisconsin there. You put Michigan there.
Nope.
You put Pennsylvania there. That's more than enough. But you would need all three and Arizona. You take Pennsylvania out.
Not going to happen.
It's 269. It's not nearly enough. So you have to have all three of those if you can't crack through in North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And the one thing I will say about Florida, the Trump campaign said to me yesterday, if we win Florida by more than 2%, that means our modeling will be solid there. We believe that modeling will be solid in Georgia, North Carolina, and everywhere else. Well, they're on pace to do even better than that. And every election at the presidential level is about knowing your model, knowing your voters, and knowing what they're going to do. And at this hour, at least in these early states, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, the Trump modeling is holding up.
And isn't it entirely possible, Major, that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the path to a Biden presidency, remain white or not called tonight because they're counting the votes so slowly?
Meaning not called, meaning they could be off the board in terms of allocations. That doesn't mean anyone is where they need to be. The president would go to 249, Joe Biden would be at 243, and it would be a waiting game.
And Margaret, you were reporting something about the city of Philadelphia, which is usually a Democratic stronghold, and the count of ballots there.
Yes, and our David Becker, who we were consulting with earlier, has been speaking to officials that they expect a midnight update, but they have decided to hold off on counting mail-in ballots until tomorrow morning. So additional ballots there will be on hold. This is part of a plan. However, it's notable because it is such a substantial population center, and it is one of these states more broadly that we are waiting on. Nora, it's also interesting that the Trump campaign is sending out fundraising emails, according to our Nicole Sganga, saying they're not going to call the race. So they're setting the table to their supporters that somehow the reason we're not announcing
preserving pre-existing conditions. It became the issue of the 2018 election under the leadership of the policy committee that Madam Chair was a co-chair of then, carrying that message into this election.
Nancy Pelosi live.
Of concern to the American people is amplified by the coronavirus. So our purpose in this race was to win so that we could protect the Affordable Care Act and that we could crush the virus, that we could stop the spread of it, that we could reward our workers who risk their lives to save lives and now might be losing their jobs, and that we can put money in the pockets of the American people. So I'm very, very proud of the fact that tonight, relatively early, we're able to say that we have held the House. It is something quite spectacular because the people who helped us win were the people who have been affected by it. Thousands of those who have been diagnosed or members of their family diagnosed with a pre-existing condition have spoken out, have told their stories, and that was the most compelling argument of all. So again, that was our purpose. We have succeeded in that. Now we have to win the White House, and we're well on our way to doing that. But again, we're speaking to our friends in Virginia. Over 2 million votes have not been counted in Virginia yet, so we're waiting to see what that brings in and what that means for the presidential race. But I'm here just to sing the praises of our House Democrats and our candidates, not just in terms of numbers. It's not just about the quantity. It's about the quality of leadership that they provide for our country. It's about the fact that they are there in the Congress. We're all there for the people. And to have a strategic plan to be successful, to retain our control, to hold the House, actually, is how we say it, we couldn't be better served than by our chair, Cheri Bustos. And all of the pillars of winning an election, whether it was the mobilization, the grassroots level, even virtually, she has succeeded. Whether it's about messaging in a very disciplined way, she has succeeded. About amassing the financial resources, the money, the third M, She has broken all records, and through it all, she retained and commanded the respect of the House members and the confidence of all of our candidates. So with that, I want to acknowledge again Chair Cheri Bustos of Illinois. Madam Chair, I yield to you with an honor. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for your kind words. And obviously your leadership of this caucus, you've been absolutely amazing. I'm joining you tonight from Moline, Illinois, which is my hometown. Moline is kind of the center of America. It's, you know, people here, they take that literally, and they work hard and look after each other. It's around places like this that if your neighbor falls ill, you offer to bring over a meal to them, or you offer to look after their kids.
Starting to look a little bit better for President Trump. North Carolina seems like it's looking a little bit better for Joe Biden. But again, it's early. Pennsylvania is not going to be decided tonight. But on Florida, both campaigns spent a lot of capital in Florida, not just ads, but actual time.
Absolutely.
Going there.
Absolutely. The Biden was there. What was it, Thursday? I think Thursday this week. Obama went down on Monday. And, you know, looking at this number, Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago by 1.2 points. Trump tripled his margin over Biden as to what he had beaten.
And Chris, if you were trying to pick out a state where people would be most concerned about coronavirus, Florida, with a heavy senior population, would seem to be that state. And obviously that's an issue that we all believe cut heavily in favor of Joe Biden, and yet Trump carries the state and does better than he did 4 years ago.
I'm now going to get myself in trouble with the Fox voter analysis, because we've been looking at this all night, and the Fox News voter analysis tends to show, you know, the women big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden was headed for victory. The actual votes haven't counted it, which makes me think that a poll is one thing, an actual turnout on Election Day is a different one, and that, as we've pointed out before, that the ground game of the get out the vote operation of the Trump campaign has really come to the president's advantage.
It also raises the question, Chris, don't you think, that some of these people may have been among those who were shy Trump voters, including women, who didn't want to tell anybody they were going to vote for Trump? Because, you know, among women, he was thought to be unpopular, and he was thought to have offended more women than he ever did men, and men liking him better. So
which, Dana, may be more of an issue this time than even in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That doesn't make.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think for everybody, right? I mean, a lot of people just didn't want to say anything at all. Though I think that, President Trump solidified his support. And I also think, look, Laura Trump and the folks on the campaign, Kimberly Guilfoyle, you think Mercedes Schlapp, they had that whole Women for Trump. And they made a concentrated effort. They knew they weren't going to win all women. They knew they were going to lose a significant amount. But we'll
I called you directly on your mobile.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Give it a second.
Can everybody hear me now?
Hold on, give it a second to come up on Facebook. There you are.
All right. Hey, we've got audio again. All right, so that solves that. Let's fix that. All right, so you can still hear me good? Yep.
Yeah, they got you.
All right, beautiful. All right, thank you very much for calling in. I'm gonna join, so I'm gonna hang up here, and I'm gonna call back and restart the phone line. So anybody that wants to call in can come and join us. All right.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot, Seth. I appreciate you giving me a call. Interesting. All right, guys. So now that we've got some audio going again, I'm going to turn on Fox and. Oh, looks like Florida also raised its minimum wage. That's going to hit our small businesses hard. All right, so here's Fox, and I'm going to kick off the phone lines.
Seat that he was trying to get back, lost to Tuberville in the primary.
And that evens out the Cory Gardner loss in Colorado and leaves us at square one in terms of moving that balance of power in the Senate. We can also now project Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy has won his re-election as well. And
not a surprise there. So you're looking at the net gain, and it was +1 for Democrats. Now it is back to 0. And again, they need to pick up 3 plus the White House, or a net gain of 4 seats to take over control of the Senate.
All right, so let's take a look at, who do we have? Do we have Bill Hemmer up there?
Sure do.
Hello there, Bill.
Sure do.
I know, it's just a voice from above in the balcony. We have a very good social distance with you, my friend.
Yeah, I love listening to you guys. It's okay. It's all right. But I tell you, there's some phenomenal things happen on this map, guys. Something's moving out there. I don't know if it sticks. I don't know if it stays, but I'm going to show you. I left off a moment ago before we went to Lindsey Graham. Sorry about that, but I was talking about blue-collar Democrats. This is Mahoning County. This is Youngstown, Ohio. This is Steel Country America. And Donald Trump has just taken a lead over Joe Biden. And the point I was trying to make earlier was that if these blue-collar Democrats in this part of the upper Midwest are still with Donald Trump, then the rest of the map might shake out to be in his favor, maybe in Pennsylvania. I'll put that to the side. But here's what we're seeing in Michigan. All right? Michigan had a poll from, I believe it was ABC the other day, that Donald Trump was down 7. Well, you've got almost half the vote in right now, and Donald Trump has a clear lead at the moment. Got a ways to go right now, not even quite halfway. Pop over here to Wisconsin. I was listening to Dana talk about, mothers and suburbs and kids and law and order in America. 2 points I want to make here. You got 60% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. All right, the president's got a 4-point lead. This is a very, very close race. 2016, the outcome in Wisconsin, I mean, that was razor thin. It was 22,000 votes. So my point is, he is in this part of the country in a significant way. He is right in that battle. This is Milwaukee down here.
All right, guys, the call lines are open. If
Joe Biden's expected to win this county, but we don't know what the margin will be, so keep an eye on that.
Call lines are open. If you want to join in, call 520-900-TALK. That's 520-900-8255.
The president at the moment is turning 2-1 over Joe Biden. What's that tell us? In 2016, he barely won Kenosha. In 2012, this is how far this state and this county has moved.
Wow.
56% from 2012 for Barack Obama. Just come to this year and
yeah, I don't see Wisconsin going
blue. Easily win this county. It's not a ton of votes, but it's a point to be made about the message that he has carried to the upper Midwest. I'll just show you this right here. This is the what if scenario that we've been, Brett, Martha, how many times we've been looking at this thing, right? For months. How do you get to 270? Well, we called Florida. Right now, he's got a lead in Georgia, a lead in North Carolina, a lead in Ohio. I just showed you Michigan and Wisconsin. You wonder if you can turn the trick tonight with Pennsylvania being off the board. I just checked the voting in Iowa. Joe Biden has a lead there, but again, it looks like it's one of those.
Yep.
You lead with blue, then you come back later with red. I think there's one clear concern on behalf of the Trump campaign at the moment. And that is Arizona. If you look at the numbers right now and drill down, Joe Biden has a lead by about 7 points with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. I am told that some of the rural votes for Donald Trump have not yet come in, but he's got some ground to make up. 11 electoral votes on the line in Arizona. So if Joe Biden were able to hold on to this, and he's doing pretty well in Maricopa County so far, a lead by 10 points. By comparison's sake, 4 years ago, Donald Trump won Phoenix, and he won Maricopa County. Maybe there's still some more votes out there at this late hour, but right now, Joe Biden has a lead. So just go ahead and come back here to the what-if scenario. I don't want to start ticking these off yet, guys. I think it's too early. I haven't made a lot of calls in some of the states, so I'll refrain from that for now. But what is this happening here? Why is Arizona blue? Did we just call it? Did we make a call in Arizona?
Well, let's see.
Now, there's a check mark. Did our decision desk make it? Arizona, 11 electoral votes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, if that's the case, then, guys, when we come back, we'll
that's
fill
sad.
this in. If you lose Arizona, where do you win now? You got to win up here in Wisconsin and Michigan and maybe even Minnesota
All right, so. All right, so let's take a look at this.
Okay, timeout. This is a big development. The
Yeah.
Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign. It's also signals that it's a good night for Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate against Martha McSally there. But Biden picking up Arizona changes the math, and it is the first of the night that goes into the column of somebody else's bucket that they thought last time was going to hold on to Arizona. There was a lot of effort spent by the Trump campaign to get to Arizona, to play there, to have ads there. And we are calling now the former vice president. If you look at the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden is ticking closer at 218 to 148.
And it breaks apart that Sun Belt strategy. If you've got Arizona going to Biden and Florida.
Oh, they're not calling New Mexico yet. Okay. So they're calling Arizona.
We also have called Mark Kelly over Martha McSally in that race in
that hurts.
Arizona as well. And just to mention one of the dynamics in Arizona, just one of many, but Cindy McCain came out in favor of Joe Biden, her close friend. This is obviously a state that has been very purpley. Sent Kristen Sinema to the Senate as well in a tight race. You know, for Martha McSally, she was.
Well, nice thing about moving to Arizona a few years ago is that real estate values have all gone up, and as California.
States now, so that is worth mentioning.
Californians and Illinois and Chicagoans flee their Democrat liberal-run nightmares and flock to Arizona. The real estate values have all gone up, so
this is the first break.
Take a couple dollars with me on the way out, I guess.
That a state that the Democrats had won in 2016, or the Republicans had won in 2016, has flipped to the other side.
God, I love it here. They're going to ruin it.
Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Now Joe Biden has beaten Donald Trump. Now it's
all right.
votes,
I can't listen to this
nothing
anymore. Next. All right, so Arizona called for Joe Biden. Where's our path to the White House? Texas goes for Trump. I don't believe Nevada is going to go for Trump. I still believe Wisconsin and Michigan are both going to come back for Trump. Georgia and North Carolina will probably, actually, I'm not going to call Georgia yet because here's the thing about Georgia. Georgia, we don't know what's going on with the water. We might be looking, there might be some games afoot going on right now with water pipes taking out the counters, and all of the votes in the ballots in Georgia have been pulled together at State Farm Arena, and apparently there is a water leak that is taking them out. So whatever is going on there, that they can't be good. So hopefully they get it resolved. I don't know. Pennsylvania, they are saying they're stopping counting on for now. They've got 340,000 votes that are uncounted for mail-in and absentee that they are not counting right now. And last I heard, they were stopping counting for the night. So let's leave those off. We're sitting at 250. Now, in order to hit 270, we need either Pennsylvania or Georgia and one other state. Now, right now, in Iowa, we're leaning heavily towards Trump. We got a 2-point lead in Iowa. We still have an 8-point lead in Ohio. I don't know why they haven't called that state yet. There's only 6% that are non-reporting. So, I mean, we are beyond that in the lead. We should have that state called. I'm calling that for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, they're only 50% reporting, and they have stopped counting their absentee ballots. We need some people watching that. And Michigan, I think that we are going to see our lead continue to raise in Michigan and Wisconsin. I think both of those states are relatively safe. We are 300,000 behind in Minnesota still. No, actually, we're narrowing that gap. We are 200. Oh, we are really narrowing that gap. We are. Okay. 240,000 behind in Minnesota. And let's take a deeper look. There are a lot of rural counties that are not reporting here. So you can see, if we remember when, from 2016, let's see if that's still up here. Yes, it is. All right, so 2016, Hillary won with 9 counties. Right now, all right, so that's a liberal county under Duluth, not reporting. It looks like Donald Trump, though, has 2 counties he's in the lead that Hillary had near Minneapolis. Yeah, that's it. This is going to be a tight race in Minnesota. This is one that we need to watch. I really think that we could win Minnesota. I expected it to be by a lot more, but I really think that we're going to win. And I'm standing by that even now. We're about 200,000 votes behind, 240,000. And we've still got another... If they only have what happened in 2016 vote, okay, they had 2.7 in 2016 vote. If that's all we get, which most states are reporting record turnout, then we've still got another 1 million votes to go. Okay, and most of these are not that are non-reporting are rural counties. I still think we get Minnesota. Iowa is leaning Trump, even without Georgia or Pennsylvania. I mean, if we pick up Nevada, we're in. If we pick up Pennsylvania, we're in. If we pick up Georgia, we're in. I mean, truthfully, even if Minnesota goes to Biden, Pennsylvania puts us over. Okay. Let's reset this real quick. And then head back. Okay, I think that's about where we're at now. Let's take a look back at the map. Run back to Fox here. Refresh that and get a fresh feed.
Which we just called. Democrats need 4 to take control of the Senate. And we'll see the races in Maine.
Not going to happen.
Michigan. And we've got a lot to look at as you see the population tick up there, 45, 44. We're back with our panel. Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at Texas, which we've not called, and which looks to be closer than it ever would have. One might have thought about any race down, presidential race down there in any recent cycle.
Thank you, Davey. Welcome. Welcome to the show. If you want to join in, just give us a call. 520-900-TALK.
About 85% of the vote in. So I'm wondering when we'll be able to, when or if we'll be able to call that, because obviously, if that goes the other way, it's over against Trump.
You know, it's interesting.
I doubt that'll happen, but I guess we haven't called North Carolina. Have we ever called? Did we finally call Georgia?
No. We have Georgia.
You're not going to call Georgia for a while.
And probably won't be this evening. So
you know, it's interesting about Texas because the Texas Democrats thought that they obviously are more competitive than they have been historically, and they really wanted Biden to come down, and they really wanted to spend a lot of money on advertising in Texas.
For everybody that's watching this on Facebook, do me a favor and be sure to subscribe on YouTube.
You know, there are a lot of easier ways to get to 270. They didn't trust it. They sent Kamala Harris there, but the vice president didn't go down. They didn't put a lot of new money into advertising there. A lot of Texas Democrats were disappointed.
Beto O'Rourke among them.
Among them, especially, or as Karl Rove would say, Robert Francis O'Rourke. But the fact is, you know, it's one of those states. It may be a little bit like Florida for Democrats, that you push and you search and you hope. The Democrats did put a lot of money in Florida. They didn't in Texas. It looks like they were wise not to in Texas.
All right, let's bring in Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is
let's take a look
by
at
the former White House press secretary and a Fox News contributor. Sarah, good to have you here tonight. I have a couple specific questions. Before we get to those, though, I want to just get your
77% reporting. And we are leading by 500,000 votes in Texas.
One of the big stories out of that is the way that the president has
definitely enough room to come back, but I don't see it happening.
Ultimate battleground states, also outperforming expectations with in the suburbs and with seniors in Florida. So I think those are big things to look at and big indicators as we look at other battleground states that still have yet to call.
And you've talked to the Trump people, I'm sure. You're there at the White House.
They've called New Mexico for Biden.
Inside? What's lift the curtain for us?
There's certainly, I think people are cautiously optimistic right now. Again, I think we have a long night ahead. Some of the key states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, still need to see what happens in those places. I think a lot of people still aren't totally sure about Arizona either. Some people think that may have been called a little too early. I still think Florida is one of the big states.
I hope so.
That was a big night for the president there, and certainly expanding that Hispanic ground is a big story for the president.
So, Sarah, some of the states that the Trump campaign at one point thought might be additions to their portfolio.
Seth, I think Utah is dry state. I don't think you'd like it there.
Joe Biden by a pretty big margin. New Hampshire also went to Joe Biden. Minnesota and Nevada were also in that category of possible additions. What is your take on the fact that it hasn't gone that way so far?
Well, I think several of those states are still up for grabs. Certainly, I think the places to watch right now are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Guys, the phone lines are open. Feel free to join in. It's 520-900-8255.
Major shift for the president, much bigger margin than in 2016 in favor of the president. He spent a good bit of time in those places, and I think those are going to be the key spots to watch moving forward through the night and possibly into the next couple of days.
Arizona still might have been called a little bit early, Seth.
And it looks like the count, Sarah, is going to stop tonight. And there's going to probably be a lot of questions asked and lawyers flying to Harrisburg. You think that's how it's going to come down?
It certainly doesn't seem like they're going to come to a conclusion. I think that is, not great for the country for them to just stop counting votes. I'd love to see them keep going. I was in Pennsylvania just this week. There was a lot of energy and a lot of enthusiasm.
No, not for me.
And I think we'll see, that reflected in some of these votes as they're coming in.
Maybe
Sarah,
Louisiana.
What about the president? What's his mood at the moment?
I haven't talked to him in the last.
I've always liked Louisiana.
I think there are some very good data
Almost moved
points
there a few years ago.
The president in these numbers again. I think he's outperforming in a lot of places that people didn't expect him to. I think that is one of the big stories so far tonight is exactly how well he has done among Hispanics, and we're going to continue watching these numbers as they come in the rest of tonight.
Surprised by Arizona going to Biden?
I'm still not sure if that was a premature call. I think there are some people that still think that might have been a little bit early.
They still haven't called Texas for Donald Trump. I don't believe that there's a way we lose that at this point.
There's still a good path for the president moving forward, particularly in those states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Well, we appreciate your time here out on the North Lawn. We're going to get Chris Stirewalt back.
Yeah, we're still.
These questions, including Arizona.
We're 200,000 votes down.
Thank you very much. Britt, go ahead.
Arizona has had a real effect on the betting odds. It's now retreated to under 60, 59.1% Trump, 40% Biden. So that was a big one, and people were reacting to it.
Two big calls coming moments ago. President Trump winning the state of Florida, losing the state of Arizona, a state he won in 2016. So the race to 270 at this moment.
All right, so 2,400,000.
Crucial calls that really could go either way tonight, and we're going to grill our
2,400,000 in Arizona in 2016, and we have 2,300,000. Almost 2,400,000 counted. All right, 2,380,000 counted. Okay. All right, so Arizona, that might be a good call. That's sad. All right. Yeah, for me, Seth, I gotta admit, if I hit a for sale sign, I'm probably heading Dixieland. I'm thinking Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. I love Tennessee. Tennessee is beautiful motorcycle riding. But I'd want to stay away from the snow, so yeah, I'm thinking probably Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, if it comes down to it. Unfortunately, let's take a look here and see where they're at. Okay. All right, so they've got. How are they still sitting at 120 for Trump? 209 to 120. Oh, they're not calling Florida or Texas yet. So let's see what that looks like. If that were to work, there. We'd be just looking at their map as far as who's in the lead. We're looking at a 292. We're looking at, I mean, that would be really nice. Alaska's going to go for Trump. There's no way that goes for Biden. Nobody's even talking about that at this point. All right, so let's pull those all back off. I'm really hurt about Arizona. That hurts. Iowa, are we safe to call Iowa yet? We've got 82% of the reporting, and we're up by 4 points. No, we're not quite there yet. Ohio, 94% reporting, 6% out, and we are up by, yeah, we're up by 8 points. Ohio is safe. All right, I already did that. West Virginia, I'm pretty sure I called that a long time ago. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Ooh, that's fun. 1% of the vote is counted in Nevada, and Trump is in the lead. Okay. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look at the Senate. All right, so we got any updates here? All right, Alabama we took. Georgia we're probably getting. We knew they were going to get Colorado. Okay. We kept North Carolina. We kept Maine. We're losing Arizona. All right. All right. Let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah, Trump will definitely get Alaska, and I called Ohio a while ago. I don't know why they waited so long to call Ohio. It doesn't make any sense. It is what it is, but that's good news.
What are you hearing about how they view the race so late into the evening?
Well, I think they're still feeling very good about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're not prepared to say Georgia might not turn around. There's still a fair number of votes that haven't been counted there. Arizona's looking good. I was kind of enjoying a little dust-up between Reince and Fox News disputing the outcome of Arizona, which benefits, obviously, Vice President Biden. But I think the point I want to make at this late hour is we have to be patient. We have to give the officials the time to count every ballot. Everybody would love this to be over with, of course, but we want to make sure that the American people have a fair say in this. And so let's not try to rush it.
This might be the last year we can count on Texas.
Valerie, that's such a good point. We keep emphasizing that just to say that just because it's taking a long time doesn't
Hey
mean
there,
it's not
Jody.
working,
Jody, are
and just
you in
because it's
Texas
late
now
doesn't
or
mean
in
it's not
Arizona now?
legitimate. So the more we emphasize that, I think the
Did
better.
you move down here now?
Point one other thing out that military votes are accepted until November 6th, no matter where a voter is registered. It is a nationwide rule passed by Congress to make sure that our military voters are not disenfranchised. That has been approved by both parties in the past and still stands today. So that
Hey, Jody, did you move to Arizona?
It's Ed O'Keefe. You're pointing out Arizona and believing it's premature. Part of that is because you believe, Republicans believe, there could be about 1 million ballots outstanding, the mail-in ballots. Correct? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense.
Where are the 1 million ballots? Where are those ballots? And
so he's talking. So just to clarify, 3.4 million were requested. About 2.4 million and change have been returned. So Republicans are wondering, where are those other million?
And also, Ed, I mean, if you look at the fact that if you got 25% outstanding, you know, part of this is understanding how many votes are outstanding, where they're coming from, where those 1 million ballots are. You know, I think you can at least admit that, and I think we all can, that the Trump campaign has overperformed expectations because I don't think the expectations were accurate, but they've overperformed because they're really good in the Republican National Committee, the Trump campaign. They've become very good at this data project of identifying voters, knowing where the ballots are, and knowing what they need to get. And they've been hitting the mark all through the country. Arizona is the one place now where we have a discrepancy.
All right, Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett, thank you so much.
That would make a lot more sense.
We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBSN
app
to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News.
All right, so that right there could be big. 3.4. So we can account. I had no idea about that, Jody. I come through Lake Havasu periodically. We're gonna have to get together. That's really, really fun to know. I love Lake Havasu. It's absolutely beautiful there. All right, so some of the Arizona mail-in ballots voted live. A lot of Republicans or a lot of people, a lot of voters in Arizona will request mail-in voted ballots, and myself included, because Arizona does a lot of propositions. They do a lot of judges. It's a huge ballot in Arizona, and you can go on. You can simply just elect. You can simply just select that you want to get your ballot every single election in the mail, and then have time to go through it and figure out what you want to vote for and take that in. So that's what I did today. That's what I do every election. Is I get my ballot in the mail and I fill it out, and then I go in and vote in person, and then throw my ballot away. So that will account for some of those, but I'm sure that probably doesn't account for 33%. There's 3.4 million mail-in ballots that were requested, and we're seeing record turnout all over the state or all over the country for this election. So I sincerely doubt that a third of the voters that requested mail-in ballots went in and voted in person or didn't vote. So that would explain potentially that could account for some of the question that we're seeing as to what's going on here. The other thing to factor in Arizona is I really sincerely have issues with Adrian Fontes. We have a documented cartel lawyer as our county recorder here in Maricopa, and it's absolutely terrifying. He defended the cartels in multiple court cases, and now he's counting our ballots. I think it's fair to say that he has a vested interest in seeing Democrats and open borders take control of the state. So, yeah, I have a problem with that. I would like to see Maricopa get contested, and I want to see what the ballot. I'd love to see a report on what the ballots look like when this is all said and done. So, CBS is calling Arizona for likely Biden. I don't know. We need to count on the votes. Right now, we've got 2.38 million votes counted in Arizona, 3.4 million mail-in or absentee votes or ballots were sent out. So we're 1 million ballots shy just on the absentee ballots. There's something going on here.
Sass, we project, will be the winner. So he will go back to the U.S. Senate. Remember,
Okay,
Sass
that's good.
just last week had some choice words about the president of the United States, complained about him on a whole bunch of
It's going to be a dicey relationship, Nancy.
All right.
No question. The president will remember that. In Tennessee, Lamar Alexander's old seat. He is retiring, longtime Republican senator. That is now going to be filled by another Republican, the former ambassador to Japan. And then over in Massachusetts, Ed Markey, we project, will win re-election. He had a very tough primary against Congressman Joe Kennedy, but he sails to re-election in Massachusetts. I want to go back now to North Carolina because you've been talking about how close it is, Nora, in the presidential race. Same holds true for the Senate race. Thom Tillis is now ahead by about 1.5 points with 95% of the votes tallied and counted in that race. So Democratic hopes may be fading in North Carolina, but they're feeling very good about Colorado, which we have already projected for the Democrats, and then, of course, Arizona, which we've now moved to likely Democrat, a pickup for Mark Kelly, who's the former...
All right. I'm about done with you guys for a while. Let's come on back over here. Just called Texas. It's about time.
2%. But the president has now claimed Texas, which is definitely one of the states that he won last time that he needed to win tonight.
So, Texas...
38 electoral votes in the state of Texas.
It looks like
Beto O'Rourke and others were very hopeful that the tide was changing.
All right, so Texas, it looks like
it is changing. The electorate in Texas is changing. The fact that it was this close and it took us this long.
4.77 for 4.78 million for Biden and 5.3 million for Donald Trump at 52% of the electorate, leading by 6 points. There's 22% left out there, so it's certainly not finished.
And in that race, there you see John James.
It's certainly not finished, but I think Texas is pretty safe this year. It may be the last year that we can count on it, the last presidential election that we can count on it, but
Susan Collins trying very hard to hold on to her seat in Maine. That's a quick look at some of those.
2024 is going to be ugly, guys.
A break.
We'll be right back.
Let him go.
The way this is looking, though, right now, and it's looking pretty solid. I'm excited. Let's see. All right, Davey Asprey commenting on Facebook, watching from the UK. Thank you. I'm doing well, Davey. Sorties001 commenting on Twitch. Couldn't comment on Facebook, but thanks for streaming. You're stationed in JP. Hopefully one of those mail-in ballots weren't ours. Yeah. Well, I'm rooting for you, and I hope so too.
Our fund is pro-growth.
I think we're looking pretty good. All right, the
Fed has plummeted interest rates, so hedge against.
I don't think there's any way that we were gonna turn like I mean, looking at California, Greg, I don't think there's any way that we were gonna turn California. Hang on, let me mute the audio here on Fox. I'll refresh that page while I'm at it. Okay.
Turmeric help.
All right, so looking at, and let's refresh that one too. Yeah, there was no way that we were going to turn California this election. And in truth, most of the Californians that would vote for Trump are fleeing. Yeah, so it's going to be a landslide for Biden in California. Whether that is, Democrat votes, liberal votes, or illegal votes, that's up to you. Who knows? But if you're a Republican in California, it's fair to say your vote didn't count or didn't matter, unless you're talking about maybe a congressional seat or two. But with regards to the presidential election, it wasn't going to happen. Now, there is only 57% of, it was called early, but some states, certain areas, you can take a look and just sampling. I mean, California, there's a few counties. Hang on one second. Let's take a look here. So California, I mean, Los Angeles, San Diego, Fresno, San Francisco, these are all very, very, very liberal cities. It's just not. We didn't stand a chance. Now, I tell you what, I am surprised. It would have been nice to think that we'd have had half a chance in Washington or in Oregon, considering everything that's been going on in Portland and in Seattle. I would have thought, and again, the same thing with Minnesota. Now, I never expected that we would take either Washington or Oregon, but I did think that we would see some headway over 2016. And Minnesota, I still have I still have hopes for Minnesota. Let's see. I'm holding out hope for Minnesota. We got 70% reporting, and maybe I need to stop. Oh my, yeah, yeah. Joe Biden is 54%. Oh, you guys can't see that. All right, hang on. There. All right, so Joe Biden is sitting at 54%. Donald Trump is at 43%. And we have, it looks like 2.1 roughly reporting. And we had 2.4 in 2016. So even if they increased the electorate by, let's say, 10%, we'd be looking at 2.6 outstanding, minus the 2.2. We'd have 400,000 votes. Randy, don't hold out hope for people who defunded their police department. Did they do that, or did their city council do that? Because the city council was already elected when that happened. I don't think the people voted on that. I think the people voted in liberals that did that. I might be wrong, but I think the city council killed the police department, and I'm relatively, I mean, it really is brutal. Everybody is afraid of what's going to happen tonight when Donald Trump wins, but they're not afraid of Republicans doing it. Nobody's afraid the conservatives are going to come and burn the city down. Everybody's terrified about the liberals coming out and burning the city down, and they're voting for them. It doesn't make any sense to me. Pennsylvania court will hear an argument from the GOP on mishandling of ballot. Well, there's a surprise. Yeah, so hang on. I've actually got a video on that. Give me a second. Oh, where is it? All right, let's take a look here. Is this? Yeah, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. All right, hang on, let's restart that. All right, so this is a Democratic committee woman in North Philly wearing a Biden mask. And she's not letting a certified Republican poll watchers into the polling place to watch. How can you take the voting stuff out of anything? We're in the middle of an election of our lives. Sorry about the music in the background, guys. Okay, I thought it might have been about wearing masks, but they're wearing masks. And so, certified Republican poll watchers, and she won't let them go into the building and watch what's going on. Nothing suspicious about that, though. Certainly. All right, let's take a look. We'll go back and look at Fox for a second.
This is going to former Vice President Joe Biden. So those electoral votes go into his column. And joining us once again right now, Tucker Carlson. Tucker, there has been pushback to our call for Arizona to be in the Biden column. And my phone is lighting up with Republicans saying, you can't do it. And you just heard me kind of grill Chris Stirewalt on that. They're standing by that call as of this hour.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a great deal of pushback from the president, his staff, the governor.
Here we go on Twitch.
Black Bloc is heading basically into DuPont Circle right now.
Look at this mob. In Washington, D.C. Absolutely ridiculous. Keep it peaceful, or I hope he calls the National Guard out. Absolutely ridiculous. And that's enough of that. Oh my goodness. Oh, did you guys see this yet? They're complaining about the Trump rally. Apparently the Trump victory campaign, the press, they the press Wi-Fi, the password is the press Wi-Fi title is Biden built the cages, and the password is Trump built the wall. And that photo was taken from the Trump rally in Michigan. So they're trolling the press. That's awesome. Absolutely fantastic.
Of Arizona, apparently more than 1 million ballots still to be counted. I'm not privy to the math. I'm not certain how that, even after the explanation from Chris Direwolf, how that decision was made. So I'm sure there was a reason for it. I don't know what it is. I do know that people are very concerned about the media in general. I think our viewers trust us, but people are concerned. I do know as a factual matter that the
trust
claim,
any mainstream
I think
media,
I'm quoting now,
period.
Our pre-election polls were really, really good, is just not true. I mean, if that were true, then the New York Times wouldn't have given Joe Biden a 70% chance this morning of winning Florida. Some polls were good, a lot were bad. And I know that the impulse always for everyone, me, you, I mean, everybody, is self-justification, etc. But I mean, we should be honest about, and I'm not specifically talking about Fox News, but the media more broadly, we should be honest about the times that we were wrong. And some of these polls were wrong, and I think many of them probably were wrong for honest reasons, but wrong nonetheless. And that's a problem. That's misleading, and we should cop to it, I think.
But one of the reasons that they may be wrong, Tucker, is something that we've talked about so much, which is this shy Trump vote, right? So you look at Florida, look at Ohio, look at Texas. You've got the president winning those areas by, I don't know, roughly 4 or 5%, something in that ballpark. And every one of the polls that we looked at, even the ones that tightened in recent days, had them in razor-thin margins in all of those areas.
Yeah,
so
Julius, that's
that
in
question.
D.C.
You know, how much is the shy Trump vote, right?
Right.
Is it just that the people that they're talking to are telling them the truth? They're just not talking to the right people?
I think you're absolutely right. But the most basic question it raises is this a free country? If you are afraid to express a legitimate political view in public, if you believe you could be fired for it or banished from polite society for it, is it a free society? And the answer, of course, is no, it's not. And that's a betrayal of the basic promise of America. I'm not overstating this. And by the way, if this were happening to Joe Biden voters, whom I did not vote for, I would say the same thing. You don't want to live in a country where you don't feel free to tell others who you're voting for, especially if it's a major party candidate. So that's a huge dysfunction at the center of our society. And the fact that we just accept it as normal, I think says something bad about us. And we really should, no matter who wins tonight, work to make this a free country going forward. Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
I just think we should pay attention to the realignment underway. Again, this is separate and distinct from the ultimate winner of the race. There's a county in Texas, or many counties in Texas, but Starr County, Texas, which is right at the bottom of South Texas on the Mexican border. It's one of the poorest counties in the country, I think the third poorest. The per capita income is $7,000 a year. And it's the most Hispanic county in the United States, 96%. So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won this county. A Democrat has won it every year since Benjamin Harrison. She won it by 60 points. Joe Biden won it by 5 points. So that's, in the most Hispanic county in America, a swing of 55 points over one presidential term. So that is a huge change. And the thing, from my perspective, that it tells you is that not everything is racial. White liberals tend to racialize everything, but for most people, economics and culture make the difference. And you're seeing the Republican Party become a party of wage earners in a way that it never has been ever since Abraham Lincoln started it. And I just think that
Mel,
is maybe the
you know what? I don't
biggest
disagree with
change
you.
to come out of the Trump first term. And I think it's something that will kind of define politics in this country for a long time. And we should pay a lot of attention to that. Again, people are voting along economic lines, not along the clean racial lines that intersectionality and all these other dumb theories suggest that they would. People who make less are voting Republican in bigger numbers. That's just a big thing. It's never been that way. Now it is.
Is the polling industry dead?
All right, let's take a look here.
You know, I really hope so. And I could name some of the people who should be fired immediately. And I think
Live
I will.
updates,
I just
election
need to calm down
2020.
enough to get their names on
That's
paper.
not gonna happen.
But clearly, look, the instinct of every, I mean, this is true in every industry because this is a function of human nature. But you cover for yourself and you think of an excuse, your children do it. Well, you know, there's a good reason I did. Okay, no. You screwed up and you have to acknowledge it in order to get better. But we in the media, I think, are particularly good at pretending that there's some reason that we misled our viewers or our readers. And we really should stop doing that because too much is at stake. And the first way to fix it is by holding the people who screwed up accountable. And that's just by firing them. And they can go do something useful like hang drywall or learn to paint or do something else. But they cannot keep discrediting the work of the rest of us by screwing up in the way that they have. I think that's a fair ask.
All right, so looking at Breitbart, CNN exit poll, economy by far America's top issue. That's a really good sign, especially coming from CNN. If the economy is the issue, then Trump wins. That's pretty much how this goes, right? When people go to the polls, if they're worried about the economy, then Trump wins. I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks that Biden is a better choice for the economy than Donald Trump. However, and this is where this election was going to get edgy, was if people are going to the election or going to the ballot and they're worried more about coronavirus and the pandemic. A lot of people don't agree or think that it was handled well on both sides. A lot of people don't agree or think that it was handled well by Donald Trump. And even though there's definitely a lot of wins that he had, if they go to the ballot box and they're voting for economy, though, I think it's safe to say Trump wins. Let's take a look here. CNN said that 34% of voters named the economy as their top issue. Racial inequality was a distant second with 21%. Coronavirus was third with 18%. Crime and safety and healthcare policy each garnered 11%. Trump wins high marks from Americans for his handling of the economy. In the latest Gallup poll, Trump had a 54% approval rating on the economy. Over the summer, this had slipped below 50% as the economy staggered in the wake of the lockdowns, but it has now returned to the high level that he has enjoyed for most of his presidency. When asked what is most important, rebuilding the economy or containing the virus, people say containing the virus by a margin of 52% to 42%. All right, so and this is something that a lot of us have been talking about over the last Virginia. A lot of us have been talking about over the last few weeks is that when people go to the polls, if they go looking at the economy, then they're going to vote for Trump, and if they're going worried about the virus, then they're going to go and vote for Joe Biden. And I think that's probably if Arizona stays leaning blue, if that million votes doesn't make the difference, then I think that'll probably explain what happened here. Is that with the senior population here in Arizona, I think they probably went to the polls and they looked at containing the virus. So I'm going to jump back into Fox and refresh this, and let's take a look and see what they're saying. No, I will not disable ad blocker for you.
As you got towards Election Day, he will win Iowa, and Joni Ernst is there as well.
All right.
We haven't made a call in that race yet.
I would just point out that it's a 7-point spread, exactly what the Des Moines Register said it would be just a couple of days ago. So once again, there is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
I was thinking about that over the weekend, guys, and I remember we were at the
10,
Super Bowl in Miami, right, on that Saturday night before the game. The Des Moines Register was coming out with his Iowa caucus poll. And they held it back at 11 o'clock. Remember all that?
Sure.
Remember, it was the gold standard. It was never released. The next day they played the Super Bowl. The next Monday we're in Iowa. They never give us the results from the caucus because they got the data all confused. The day after that, we're in D.C. for the State of the Union address. And by then, America had moved on to New Hampshire in the primary. We forgot all about Iowa. I thought that poll on Saturday night, a 7-point advantage for Donald Trump, a 4-point advantage for Joni Ernst, was substantial. Ann Seltzer wants to get it right. And I know she was very embarrassed by the poll in early February. And I bet they worked very hard to make sure that they were spot on. And tonight, at the moment, it's exactly what they said, 7 points in Iowa.
Can we just get a look at the Joni Ernst, Teresa Greenfield board there, guys?
See what I can do here for you.
Okay. I think we've got a race board here, a Joni Ernst race board. Look
at this.
There we go.
You got it? 6 points. at the moment.
Ohio, Florida,
92% of the votes been counted. See that guy?
Republicans are feeling confident about that race. If she holds on, that's a big, big get, and one of the vulnerable senators that will get by.
So they are not.
I was watching this here. If you
calling.
guys want to hang with me a moment, Wayne County, not a ton of movement right here. So in
Nebraska,
Detroit.
yeah.
So, well, okay, you guys ready for this? I mean, I just showed you from 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was blue. That was right here, Muskegon County, Michigan, from 2016. In 2020.
What did I tell you?
This just clocked in.
Yep.
Trump with a 4,000 real vote lead.
Yep.
Along Lake Michigan. Listen,
We're going to take
right?
Wisconsin and Michigan
Keep talking.
all day.
There's that Senate race. Magic. If we talk about it, we're able to call it. So that Joni Ernst over 51%.
All right, so we're
Tracy Greenfield
223
gave her a
with
good run for her
Alaska.
money. That was a very tight race. And Joni Ernst has secured her spot in the United States Senate and her seat for the
I mean,
Republicans.
we don't even need Pennsylvania. We pick up Wisconsin and Michigan
53-47
and
we
Georgia.
started with the Senate board now. With that win, that's a hold, obviously. So Republicans holding that seat,
where we're at
and
here.
it's still a net gain of 1 for Democrats.
Michigan, we're
Put
leading
Mark
by
Kelly out there
300,000
in
votes.
I'll let you do the Senate in a moment. I just want to point this out, guys.
There's
It's
still
pretty
plenty
obvious
of
to me
time,
what's
though.
happening in Michigan. I mean, this is something you really have to follow closely. I don't know what happens in Detroit overnight tonight into the day tomorrow, but this was a county that the president won 4 years ago. These counties all up here too. They were all red. Okay, exception here. And now they're filling in. Well, we have some grays still, but at the moment, he's in this thing in Michigan in a big way, and we can't ignore it. 10,600 votes from 2016.
Hey, I called
Seems
that.
to be razor tight again this year.
I called that. All right.
All right, Phil, thank you
Yeah,
so
Iowa
much.
goes
we'll
to
be back
Trump.
to you in just a minute.
Good.
We're going to take a quick break here. Iowa was just called for the president as the results continue to trickle in. It is after.
All right, well, they go on break here. Let's take a look at some numbers. Hang on, no, I want Google. All right, so. Okay. I can't believe they're actually still reading 223 to 118. Not a chance. All right. Iowa, definitely Trump. We're up by 7 points, and there's only 7 points to go. Joe Biden would have to win absolutely every vote in order to be able to take Iowa away. Wisconsin, we are up by 5, and we're 77% reporting. Technically, it's not ours yet. We've got a little ways to go, depending on what counties. I still don't believe, like, that's people are so stupid. I can't believe Madison went. I can't believe Madison went blue. I guess it's all students. It's a university town, and let's be honest, these colleges and professors there, they're not doing anything other than teaching them garbage. Oh my goodness. We got the same problem in Arizona. University students should have to vote. They should have to vote for their home state. All right. Anyway, Ohio, we got an 8-point lead, and there's only 6 points remaining. I called that a long time ago. I don't know why they haven't, or Google hasn't done it yet. Let's see. We'll refresh. Nope. Pennsylvania, 61% reporting. We're up by 16%. Here's the thing, though, with Pennsylvania and Georgia, I'm not putting my money on either one of those. I think there's some stuff going on there. Pennsylvania, why would they stop the vote? Why would they stop the count with 340,000 votes? If mail-in and absentee votes to go, it just doesn't make sense. So what they're doing with those and where they're at, I'm not sure. While we're here, why don't we... Can you take a look and see if you can find something on that? On Pennsylvania? Said shoot it to me on what they're doing with the 340,000 votes and why they stopped, where those votes are. All right. Let's take a look at. All right, North Carolina. North Carolina, we're up by 2 points, 1.5 really, and we have 94% reporting, so that's still too close to call. At the beginning of this, if you were in on the first broadcast before we got interrupted, you heard me when I said that I think we're going to take North Carolina. I really did think that we could take Minnesota. It's so hard to believe with everything that happened after George Floyd that I don't get it. I don't get it. Somebody explain it to me. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna win, Seth. I think we've got Michigan. I really think that Whitmer killed. Between the amount of time that the Trump campaign spent in Michigan and the lockdowns that Gretchen Whitmer imposed, they put together such a recall movement and took her to court against the lockdowns, to protest the lockdowns. I just don't see a way that we lose Michigan. I think that was. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. Let's take a look here. Texas is still so much closer than I wish it was. We are. I mean, we're up by 600,000 votes, but it's only 79% reporting. Let's see what is not reporting. El Paso is not finished. Wow. Okay. That's okay. Well, we picked up Fort Worth and all the counties surrounding Dallas except for Dallas. That is, it's a lot better than I would have expected, actually. Okay. Houston, Austin, all your urban areas all went blue. All right, let's pull out. Any updates on Arizona? Arizona, 75% reporting. And we're still only sitting at 2.5 million. So, yeah, there's something going on there. Why? Why at 2.5 million are we 75% in? It just doesn't make sense. There was 3.4 million mail-in ballots requested and sent out, and a huge showing for in-person voting. It doesn't. Oh, yeah. It just doesn't make sense that 2.5 were at 75% of the vote. I think these numbers are off, and I hate to say, to speculate why, but I don't trust these numbers in Arizona yet. I'm just not. I'm not there. We've got nothing coming in out of California or out of Nevada. We've got. Hey, wow. Okay. That's interesting. 67% reporting. Everybody called Maine already, but yeah, 67% reporting, and there's only a 30,000 vote difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I think we've got room there. I think there's a possibility, depending on which counties are reporting. Let's see here if we can get better. Oh, never mind. I can't zoom in and check that because Maine is very small. Okay. Pardon me. Yeah, there's hardly anybody living there, so they don't get a whole lot of congressmen. I was going to check the congressional races and check and see how those were looking, but that's not going to tell me counties. Okay, let's see here. 281 of the 435 seats have been called by the Associated Press. And as of right now, they are still calling for a majority of the Republican Party. I'm optimistic we take the House, guys, but in truth, I don't see it. I was looking at some stuff over the course of the week, and I guess optimistic is the wrong word. I want to say hopeful. Oh, what do we got here? Thank you, Veridiana. Seth, depending on, well, first of all, that's 1 million absentee votes that are missing, but the problem is that doesn't add in. There was 3.4 million mail-in ballots that were missing or that were sent out, and we've only had 2.4 million votes in Arizona. So that's 1 million less than just the mail-in ballots that were sent out, which means that doesn't factor in any of the in-person voting at all. Okay, so the numbers should be significantly higher. I'm gonna be jumping here in a minute. Apparently, Joe Biden is expected to give a speech here in a few minutes. Let me make sure I've got that queued up when it comes. All right. 12:30 Eastern. Well, he's late. All right. Yeah, so we're missing. Hey, Jeff. Oh. Jump back in here. Yeah, so the numbers for Arizona just don't make sense to me, Seth. I think we're missing a few million votes because you can't tell me that 3.4 million people who requested mail-in ballots is 100% of the electorate. And even if it was 100% of the electorate, we would still be missing 1 million. So, yeah, Jeff, if you want to jump on, I'm shooting you a Skype message and hit me up on there and I will add you into video. Let's jump on Fox while I'm... Actually, let's listen.
Around this point in the midterm election, we suddenly got from the city of Milwaukee, we got their absentee vote all reported at once. They completely changed the race. The Democrat won the governor's race and both votes were reported. I think sometime about late here, about 4 in the morning or so.
Well, that audio is horrible. Let's kill that until he actually comes on. I don't mind listening to what he has to say right now. Let's see what they're saying on Fox.
At this point in the game.
This has better audio.
He had said earlier that if he felt that he was ahead, he was going to come out and make that declaration that he was ahead.
Donna, why would he speak?
Go to bed.
I have no indication that he will speak, but if he decides to, perhaps is to tell everyone to be patient. I can tell you that my phone and all of my other devices are blowing up. I want to just mention about Arizona. I mean, if you look at where Donald Trump was, the president was 4 years ago, he won by 91,000 votes. Look at the votes coming in, Maricopa County, Tucson area. There's a likelihood that the numbers that we're seeing now in Arizona will stand, and that the Democrats will pick up that one state.
All right, Chris.
I have heard from the Biden campaign why
What's
he's going to
causing
speak.
an uproar,
They felt
Seth?
that Al Gore made a big mistake in 2000 by not coming out early and speaking, and he's not necessarily accepting.
Seth, what's
declaring
what's causing
victory,
an uproar
but
everywhere?
acting like he was the victor, and they thought that he was always in defense versus George W. Bush during that entire recount. So I think they expect that there's going to be some litigation that goes on here, and they want to approach it, to a certain degree as just PR, but from a position of strength as opposed to trying to catch up.
This is the Biden motorcade, by the
Oh
way,
yeah,
we're looking at from
it's throwing everybody's models off.
With Minnesota,
I don't think
assuming that
anybody
Arizona
expected
stands,
Arizona to
Biden
be
is now at
blue.
237. He is 36 votes away from the
All right,
36
so what is this?
electoral votes away from the magic number of 270. And I was just going through the states that are outstanding. Nevada 6, Pennsylvania 20, Michigan 16, Wisconsin 10, North Carolina 15, Georgia 16. There are a lot of pathways. Not
Yes.
to say he's going to win it, but there are a lot of pathways there for him to get those 33 electoral votes that would put him at 270.
For all the grief, though, that the Biden people gave to just the story.
All right, let's take a look here on the Telegraph. Donald Trump now the favorite to win the U.S. election as results roll in across America on the most unpredictable election night in American history. In what could be a bigger shock than Mr. Trump's sensational victory in 2016, all eyes are on the vital swing state of Florida, where the president is on track to win, after he was predicted to take the key state of Ohio. More than 100 million Americans voted early in the U.S. presidential election, indicating the highest turnout in more than a century after a fractious race for the White House. We have live coverage across the U.S. with our team of reporters inside the Trump and Biden campaigns and on the ground in key states such as Florida, Pennsylvania, California. Okay, so hang on. What were you sending me this for? Oh, Arizona's definitely going to be a point of contention, Seth. It absolutely will. There's no doubt in my mind. Sure.
Sort of bring it back to the facts, bring it back to the map.
Oh, okay.
We were giddy because the map felt like it was expanding. And I think we still have a polling problem in this country. We thought that they had made adjustments and the polling was now absolutely correct. Based on polling, it looked like they were all...
Yeah, Minnesota's going to be called for Biden. That doesn't surprise me at this point. It saddens me, but it doesn't surprise me. It's getting further and further out of reach. I don't know, actually. %75% reporting. We're only down by 200,000. Yeah, I don't know. We got another 400,000 votes to go, so I mean, essentially, we would need all of them. That's, we're down by 6 points. Yeah, we would need quite a bit. Oh, there you are. All right, I'm going to add in Jeff Dow here. Let's, whoa. All right. Jeff, you would have to answer the phone. Hey. All right.
What's up?
All right. Let me,
I need to mute you on your...
Yep, give me a second. Let me, fix this here.
What am I on? Am I on this one? Nope, just me on that one.
All right.
I see you, homie.
Give me 1 second. We're, oh, there we go. OBS virtual. You see the show or you see me?
I see you. I mean, I see you through the show, but I'm
Okay, but you see the show. You're seeing the show, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So
Oh,
then
I see me on your show.
now you see you on my show.
It was like 10 to 15 seconds delayed.
Oh.
But I don't see you though.
You don't see
At least
me?
I can hear you. That's all that matters.
All right. So we've got Jeff Dow joining us. Ba-da-dum-bump. And then if anybody else, if anybody else wants to join in, I'm opening up the call lines. We got Joe Biden getting ready to make his speech. His motorcade is just coming in now. So I'm kind of wondering what this is about. What?
What is he gonna talk about?
I have no idea. That's kind of what I'm curious about too, because
He has no path.
he has no what?
He has no
He's got. That's not true. That's not true. And no, Seth, they're not social distancing at the Biden rally.
If there's one thing I learned tonight.
Yep.
Don't trust Fox. Everybody I know is hitting me up. Former, Army intelligence officers, former friends that I have in media. What the hell's wrong with Fox?
Well, you notice I've been calling everything before them.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been calling half of the board. I called long before they did.
I have two things. I have what I want to call, and then I'm only counting when it breaks over 85%, and there's at least a 9% pull towards one candidate. And I gotta get caught up because I just got back to my house. But last I had, it was 124 Trump, 6. Did I say 6? Because I meant 6 Biden. Because they don't want to call anything. Fox News, all the media companies are legitimately holding out as long as they possibly can on calling some of these states.
Yeah, they are. On my map right now, I'm sitting at two. Hang on, that's not accurate. I got a little excited over here. Well, Ohio, Iowa are safe. Okay, Idaho, Alaska, Montana, I think are safe. Wisconsin, Michigan, West Virginia. Oh, North Carolina, we can't call yet. Georgia, we can't call yet. And Pennsylvania. All right, so here's my numbers right now. I'm sitting at 227 Biden and 244 Trump. Okay.
Did you say you can't call West Virginia?
No, West Virginia's called a long time ago. North Carolina, we can't call.
Maybe North Carolina. Okay.
Yeah, North Carolina's too close to call right now. And Georgia and Pennsylvania, I think Georgia and Pennsylvania are the states they're playing games with. So Georgia, they took all the ballots in the entire state into State Farm Arena to count, and somehow there's a water leak in the State Farm Arena on the night of the election that is in the way, that is causing problems, and they can't count the ballots. Come on. Sorties001 on Twitch. Seriously, thanks for doing all the legwork for those of us over at work over here in Japan. The only news that's showing on the TVs on base where we work are all on CNN. You're a lifesaver for a few of us right now to keep tabs on everything. Well, Sorties, Thank you very much for letting me know that. I spent about a year and a half, almost 2 years in South Korea, and I've got a buddy of mine was stationed in Japan, and I know Jeff was overseas for a little bit, weren't you?
Yeah, I never did the Pacific trip, though.
Oh.
I will say, if you're watching CNN, you're getting slightly more accurate information than people in Florida, in the U.S. watching Fox News.
Well, that's not.
I can't even believe I'm saying that.
Oh, wow. Well, and see, that's why we sit here and we double check everything. Oh, he's going to talk about how he's in the lead. Stuff and things. You know, man. The thing. Yeah, Julius, you're absolutely right. All right, guys, if anybody wants to call in and join us right now, you have the call-in lines are open. Okay, it is 520-900-TALK. That's if you're listening from the UK or Japan. That's country code 1-520-900-8255. All right. It looks like we're gonna start here pretty soon. I kind of want to hear. Yeah, Fox is the last few months. I'm not impressed, but that's just me. Let's see here. Oh. Breitbart. I need Breitbart to be video and ooh, you know what? I should go to band.video. I bet
you want to know who I'm a big fan of right now?
I bet they're doing a hell of a uncensored 2020 coverage. Why didn't I think about that?
Here he comes. Oh, here he is. Oh, turn this up. Ready to go. Oh my God, wearing the diaper. Here we go. Turn it up. Oh my God, this is
my attention right now.
God, look at these people.
Regardless what
the wife wearing the mask.
The dude has been on point. The team
she's like
he's
military epaulets
with Richard Barris and a handful of others.
All right, hold on.
Commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look.
Yeah, who knew?
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
We really do. Can you imagine if they install him?
We believe we're on track to win this election.
Oh my God. Give me a break.
No, you're not.
Not a chance.
Trump couldn't say that. They wouldn't let him.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not allowed to say he thinks he's winning.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
Have to be patient.
You can't. I have you.
Work of tallying the votes is finished.
Hold on.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Can you hear it now? No.
They put 80 million fake ballots out. They're going to get counted.
It's okay. It's more important for your audience.
Listen, that's Trump supporters are besieged them. Honking.
We believe one of the Nets has suggested
Isn't that crazy?
There you go. Is that how? Can you hear that?
That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected.
Honk, 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 honk.
And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Oh my God. All right. He's an idiot.
And by the way,
he's an idiot.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
It's going to take time. Yeah.
Yeah, they're writing. They're filling out 340,000 replacement ballots as we speak.
And they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we can know the results.
He's definitely had blood transfusions. Look how he's plumped up.
But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close, David.
Like
David Rich says Biden, even with AZ, only tops out at 242 delegates. Yeah, I think you're pretty close, David.
Listen to the horns. That's patriot.
And vote in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
And there's no media coverage. Like, why is everyone honking?
I think they were somewhere between 329.
He
doesn't even know who he's talking to. His wife has to be on the stage with him telling him what to say.
350.
Everyone who participated in this democratic process.
Somewhere in there. It's a landslide. I don't care what anyone says.
My supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation.
Worse than 2016.
Thank you. Thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this.
Okay, so what's happened is They were going to go Plan A, announce he's the winner, and all the rest of it. That failed.
Yeah.
So they were going to announce that at the media. That failed. This is held up. Now they're going to hold up East States. They're about to lose. They're going
All right. So pause that for a minute.
Nap or something.
All right. So here we
I
go.
believe that. That's it.
I'm going to mute that. But right now, this is live coverage from 6 different feeds on what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Is that Alex Jones?
What's that? Yeah, that was
got
Alex
the bottom
Jones.
right.
Yeah, it was Alex Jones. It absolutely was Alex Jones. So here's live footage on everything that's going on. We got Seattle, Washington, Portland, Oregon. Oh, go back. Oh, dude, come on. Seriously. You're killing me here. All right. You know what? You fail. I can't count on you for a feed. You fail. Let's see here. Oh, we got the right wall up in Los Angeles. My goodness. All right. Cops are getting ready for trouble. That's a good sign, I think, isn't it?
Win or lose, win, lose, or draw.
Well,
Anarchy was going to kick off tonight.
You think so? You think it was going to get bad no matter what? I mean that's the question, right?
Have you been following the feeds?
Yeah, I have. And I agree with you. I agree with you. The left are nothing but animals. They've turned into.
No. This isn't even just the left. This is the anarchists. This is
well,
like
yeah, no,
left
I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm not talking about Democrats. And to be honest, I'm not even talking about liberals. The left is so far beyond that, right? So I'm not calling the entire party a bunch of animals. I'm not calling a race.
Okay,
I'm calling, but the
sure.
extreme far left.
The Bernie
Oh
bros.
my!
This is the Bernie bros.
Well, yeah, the ones that said they were going to burn Wisconsin, and if you remember, they said they were going to burn down Madison way back in during when we were still in the primaries. They said if Bernie didn't win the primary, if he didn't win the nomination, that they were going to burn down Madison. You remember that the leaked audio, the recorded video from the bar with the Bernie volunteer. And what happened eventually? Eventually, Madison burned. Absolutely
Weird how
ridiculous.
this all happens, huh?
Oh, go figure. It's almost like it was scripted. President Trump wins Montana. All right, we knew that was going to happen. Montana. All right, so let's see. That doesn't change our board at all. All right, so I've got the board. I'm showing 227. They've got Biden at 237. How do they have Biden at 230? Oh, they gave him Minnesota. So Minnesota, let me see if I'm willing to give up Minnesota at this point. I don't know if I am. Minnesota, 87% reporting. We've got 13% out there. And yeah, we're 300. We're 280,000 votes behind. As much as I hate to say it, I think Minnesota's gone. That's sad. That's sad to me. I really hoped that we were going to take Minnesota. I thought it would be a good lesson. You know, I think Wisconsin and Michigan are safe, but I'm pretty sure we won both of those in. I'm pretty sure we won both of those in 2016 anyway. So that's nothing new. You know, Wisconsin and Michigan, we managed to keep them, and I'm glad to see the progression that we have. Wisconsin was definitely Obama territory in 2008, and I think in 2012. But that's all changed now. All right, so let's see here. If we put Minnesota to, what's that?
I had Trump winning. I had Trump winning a lot more than this. The night's not over. Here's what people need to understand. Tonight isn't the end of a lot. There's a lot of legal battles. There's a lot of
but I
uncertainty still.
We don't want to win like that. That's it. I mean, I don't want to win like that.
Well,
right now. But here's Well, North Carolina, hang on. Let's see what we got here. Where we're sitting at here. Okay, North Carolina is 94% reporting. So 6% out there. We're up by.
You need to understand there's a reason they're holding off. That's going to go Trump.
Well,
they're holding off for.
Yeah, we're up by 80,000 votes. So North Carolina will probably go Trump. All right.
Okay.
If North Carolina goes Trump and Nevada goes Trump, well, I don't know about Nevada, and I was saying earlier that would probably, but.
Don't count Arizona. You have Arizona as blue.
I have Arizona as blue because it's been called universally as blue. I don't know. We've got 1 million votes on mail-in. See, so here's the thing about Arizona.
Arizona before any of the actual election day votes were counted yet.
Well, you're right. So and that's the issue. So with Arizona right now, okay, they're calling Arizona, and they're saying it's 75% reporting. But we're down by 170, 180,000 votes, right? And we're down by 180,000 votes, and there's 1 million votes out there from mail-in voting that didn't get turned in or haven't been counted yet. There's 3.4 million votes that got mailed out. Okay, and there's only 2.4 million counted so far. With the 2.4 million votes in Arizona counted so far, that means there's at least 1 million voters that either didn't mail in a ballot, mailed in a ballot and didn't get it counted, or didn't mail in a ballot because they went and voted in person. So there's no accounting here for any of the in-person voting from the day. I don't see how Arizona could be done. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I think there's a lot more than 1 million votes missing. I think we're probably sitting on 2 to 2.5 million votes. Like it makes more sense to me that 2 million people voted in person. You know what I mean? Like that makes more sense. That it makes more sense that none of the mail-ins have been counted. Yeah.
You're listening to Daly earlier.
Oh
As someone
boy.
who ran for Congress in Arizona, he literally broke down. He's like, there's some wonky stuff going on in Arizona.
Well,
He said there's some shady conversation. Like there's votes that this isn't making sense. The numbers are not adding up. There's things that should, like certain counties that should be following Republican that are not. There's Democrat leading ones that should not be leaning.
So here's the thing. Well, okay, so anybody that isn't familiar with Dilly is Brendan Dilly, and he's the host of a phenomenal show called The Dilly Show. It's
unfiltered.
It's very unfiltered. It's very NSFW. Not safe for work or children. And not for anything mature content related, but just language. He definitely speaks like a sailor, trucker. Yeah, lots of things. But if that's not a problem for you, feel free to check him out. He's got some phenomenal information. I'm a big fan. I don't get to listen to him as often as I wish, but he's local Arizona. What's that?
It was him. 412 and on. Well, he was on 412 and on's channel, and he was on with they call him Pinata. I think that's his name.
Speaking of which, you've got your own channel, don't you, Jeff? Why don't you tell us a little bit about your channel for anybody that's listening?
I do. So I have a podcast that I have on Periscope that I kick off 3 p.m. Monday to Friday.
Eastern time.
Yep. And I forget you guys are out there in the West area. It's called Digital Soldier Network, and the tagline is giving you the tools to join the fight. So I'm prior. I don't know. I can't really see myself on your feed right now, but if my digis show up,
you're on there.
Navy,
there you go.
10.5 years, Navy intel, and I give my breakdown of politics and current events as I see them based on my experience. So 10.5 years Navy intel, also probably about 10 years outside of that, understanding the government and the shadow government and things going on behind the scenes. So I mix all that stuff together, but really my whole goal, my charge is to teach people how to read the news, how to understand, how to research, how to find things for themselves. Like, things like possibly, probably, sources say, people familiar with the matter, how to understand what's being told to you and how to ask questions and research to find your own truth. Not just your truth, but the truth.
Oh, wow.
So-
Work. Oh, 3% reporting. Never mind. Jeff, do me a
entire,
favor. Send me the link, a direct link on Messenger to your post, so I can put that in the chat for anybody that's listening. So David, give me a minute, and I'll get you a link. Seth, he could still lose Michigan because of Wayne County. That's absolutely correct. We're watching it, but cross your fingers. I personally, I think Whitmer killed any chance that Biden has. I'm sticking my pin in that, and yeah, I'm riding that one as far as I can. I don't think I think that Gretchen Whitmer did a really good job of ruining Michigan for the Democratic presidential race. What's that?
So she was the best player we had in that state.
She was absolutely the best player we had. Absolutely. So for anybody that's new on here, so Jeff and I know each other through a chat group that we have where we share information. We call it the Intellectual Patriots. There is a page, and actually you should start streaming your content onto that page as well on Facebook. So
yeah, I gotta figure that next step.
if you need a hand with that, let me know. I can give you a hand with that. But we do have a page on Facebook called the Intellectual Patriots. Please go ahead. Oh, you posted it in there. All right. Please go ahead and add that. But we need to do a better job of updating it, actually, to be honest. we have not done a really good job of that recently.
Bro, just so your channel knows, like Larry jumped in. I created the Intellectual Patriots group on Messenger.
Well, I named it.
And I'm here to give you credit. So in 2015, 2016, me and a guy named Bill Faudel, we started sharing information between the two of us, and I started finding other people. I learned a long time ago in the military that networking was everything. So I started to find other people who were researching, finding information that were conservative-minded, that just wanted to know the truth. So I figured out how to put more of a concentrated version of all the information that was coming out right now into one channel. Then at some point, Larry joined the group. When Larry joined the group, not long, 3 to 6 months after that, Larry started the Facebook page Intellectual Patriots. So everything. I've done little to nothing on the Intellectual Patriots page on Facebook. That's all been Larry. Larry has what do they say about Tom Fitton? You have done the heavy lifting for the
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm just that's the truth. I haven't done much at all. So most of what you see on there is attributed to Larry. So
well, I've had to tone back a lot. I'm hoping to pick back up on my posting here. I've toned back a lot. Mostly because of tonight. I wanted to be able to stream tonight, and I knew that if I didn't, I'd be in jail.
I feel you. I bit my tongue all week on Twitter, so I got kicked off again.
I have been so peaceful and quiet on Facebook. They silenced me because I wanted tonight. I really I didn't want to be sitting here on my couch staring at the TV and the computer screens, and you know what I mean. I wanted tonight to stream, and because of that, and because I spent most of the summer in and out of Facebook jail, and fighting against Facebook jail censorship, and contesting being sent to jail, and having my account almost deleted, and it was a nightmare. So when they gave me my live, I've been on Facebook Live ban. I had 2 30-day, just over the last 4 months, I've had 2 30-day Facebook Live bans and a number of Facebook jail. And so I had to just slow down and stop once I got it all back a few weeks ago. David, listen, it was good having you. Thanks. Well, yeah, don't you get banned too. Look, I think we got this, but it's not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen for a while. It looks like they're calling, the Associated Press is calling 223 for Joe Biden, but they're still calling Arizona, which I don't think is over. And and they're only calling 174 for Donald Trump. I'm going to come back to, let's see where Alex Jones is right now, even though he's a little out there for me usually.
To pursue the Sustainable Development Goals to 2030, the fourth industrial revolution, particularly digital technology.
But on that note, CNN is right every once in a while, aren't they?
The global economic landscape. Globalization is an inevitable and irreversible trend.
Whoa.
全球化这个势头是不可能。我觉得全球化的规则
It doesn't surprise me. So
we should not avoid challenges brought by the economic globalization. Instead, we should
What's that Ching Chang do? Well, what are we up to?
look directly at the gap of wealth and of development.
So they're talking about globalization and how it is inevitable.
Ambitious goals in global health.
Yeah, I suppose with Biden it is. 4 years under Biden, and I think we're done. I don't see how.
That is broken today. What are you doing on there, Xi?
Can be fixed,
Biden's
and every
daddy.
failure can be turned
Biden's financial. Look at that great
into
wall.
a truly great success. We must replace the present policy of globalism, which have just taken so many jobs out of our community.
Gotta love Donald Trump.
And so much wealth.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
And replace it with a new policy of Americanism.
People were commenting that people, in and around POTUS right now are not wearing masks.
Remember
They
that.
came on and he said,
Now the world is
everyone here
awakening to
got
globalism.
tested, so you can go off with your masks.
I can't do Alex Jones. I like, so here's the thing, right? I love the content that he does sometimes, but I'm just not a fan of I mean, well, I can't even say that. I like him sometimes. I just don't always love his show. How's that? Sometimes he's a little out there. You got to remember, what was it, 4 years ago? He was on the Joe Rogan show, and he started talking about lizard people. The country was controlled by baby eating lizard people, I think he said, and
Those would be reptilians.
Yeah,
I don't
reptilians,
get
yeah.
Alex Jones, I think that he's a controlled opposition. I think he puts out a lot of truth, but I also think he puts out so much truth at such a high crazy level that people dismiss him. That's my personal. That's why I dismiss him.
So let's take a look here. Here we've got live cameras. We've got Washington, D.C., Portland, Oregon. Another from Portland. Okay, so why he doesn't organize these a little better, I'm not sure. But the two on the left, bottom left, and the bottom right are all Portland, Oregon. The one that's lit up in the bottom is Washington, D.C. And then on the top right, that looks like another one in Portland. That looks like they're outside of somebody's house.
So Paul Sperry just put out on Twitter, he said, breaking, Arnon Mishkin, the Fox election decision desk chief analyst who called Arizona prematurely for Biden and potentially suppressed Trump votes in Nevada, is a registered Dem who, why does Fox keep doing that? Is a registered Dem who voted for Hillary and shelled out $4,000 plus for Obama and Dems, according to FEC and voting records.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Fox has joined Twitter in rigging the election against Trump. Now, keep in mind,
Well-
Paul Sperry oftentimes puts out his own opinions
Yeah.
and does not include. I try to be real with that. Paul Sperry puts out a lot of good info, and oftentimes it's fairly accurate, very accurate.
I'm going to
But
jump on
there's
that for a
also-
second because he to say that Fox News is working with Twitter to rig the election, the voting is over. So you can't rig the election at this point. You can
Not
call
now,
it.
but
You
they
can
did
call it
earlier
early.
on. The fact that they were not calling Florida yet, the fact that they were not calling these states the way they should have been calling these states.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the results. All it does is change the response that people have to the results.
No, because you still had West Coast that was still wide open.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, by the time Florida is counted enough to call, California should be done voting. I mean, there's nobody.
Nope.
California, Oregon, and Washington were never going to go Trump. That was never even a question.
In your opinion, I'm waiting until the end of this because I think Oregon's still going to go Trump, Biden. I think California is on the cusp. That's a very possible. I know that's an extreme stretch.
California. All right, so California has 62% reporting, and we're down by 4 million. Out of 9. Out of 9, it's 7-3 with 62% reporting. Hang on. So let's do that math real quick.
Because there's a lot of people in California. I don't count it out. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Hold on.
85%.
So what?
I don't count a state till they're at 85%. And
it doesn't. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We're down by 37%. Donald Trump would have to get 100% of the remaining votes in order to win California.
What's the current vote in?
Donald Trump has 30.3. Joe Biden has 67.9. So we are 37.6. We're 37.6% down from Joe Biden. And there is 62% reporting, which means there is 38% of the vote left. Donald Trump would need to get 100% of the vote. Yes, he would.
You only have to get 50% of what's left.
No.
Or 75%. 75%.
No, he would need to get 100%. He would need to get 100% just to tie. Just to catch up. He would need 100% of the remaining.
You have to factor the percentage of the votes isn't the percentage coming in isn't necessarily percentage of votes left. That's percentage of precincts left.
No, 62% of the estimated participant, the estimated electorate is counted. So what they are estimating the total participation, the total amount of ballots, 62% are in. So with that's we would need 100% of the remaining uncounted ballots in order to catch him. California's done. Like it's very, very done. And it's a landslide. Joe Biden in Oregon. In Oregon,
I think the numbers are going to be an upset for what they normally are. And also, I think we're going to pick up seats in the House because of California, just so we're clear.
So currently, Associated Press has called 145 seats for the Democratic Party and 158 for the Republican Party. It's 218 for the majority. There are still... there's still quite a few seats outstanding. 435 total. Oh, they've called 303 of the 435. So there's 132 seats outstanding. Of those 132, I'll be honest, I don't see... I'm hopeful that we'll be able to take a majority in the House. I don't actually see a route to it. I was looking at that stuff earlier this week. I just don't see it happening. It's unfortunate, but I hope I'm wrong. The Senate, I do think we'll maintain. I think that we'll maintain the majority in the Senate.
I agree.
I think we're going to lose 2 of our 4-seat lead in the Senate.
I think we're picking up a few too.
No, I think we're gonna. We may exchange, but I think we're going to lose 2 seats in the Senate. I think we're going to lose 2 of our majority. We may exchange some others, but we're definitely, I never thought that Martha McSally was going to win. So I think she lost. She lost at the primary. She lost at the primary when she refused to debate Daniel McCarthy. Had she debated Daniel McCarthy, Daniel's voters would have showed up and voted for her. But she turned all of them off when they got him on the ballot and they got the signatures. They did their job. They put a grassroots candidate in, and when she refused to acknowledge or tip her hat to it, they broke off and formed they broke away from the Republican Party and actually formed a new party they're calling the Patriot Party, which I absolutely don't approve of that, but or the use of the name. I'm a patriot and I'm an American and I'm a patriot, and I don't like the fact that they just took that name, but that's a whole other discussion.
Have you looked into the party? Maybe they're very constitutional based.
Oh, it's a constitutional conservative party. I'm not that's not the problem. If we lose 2 of our majority in the Senate and Biden wins, Harris becomes the Senate majority vote. Yes. No, don't we? Yes. Seth, that's absolutely true. If we lose 2 in the Senate and Biden wins, then Harris does become the tiebreaker. If we lose 2 and Trump wins, then Pence becomes the tiebreaker. So, yeah, it's an interesting night any way you look at it. No matter what we do here, it's going to be fun.
My buddy says on Facebook, he said that Fox's ratings just shot through the roof. Such a gimmick. And I said, in a good way? He said, no, they're screwing their reputation. Tucker was calling them out about lying earlier, and then this happened. It's like this was a setup. Yeah, Fox is garbage. Everybody.
It's the only mainstream media outlet that there is that you can turn on and not have it be complete garbage, though. So
you can go to Newsmax. I trust in Newsmax, and they're not quite full mainstream, but they're.
And Right Side Broadcasting is decent on YouTube, but
100%.
The problem is. The problem is that you can't count on them. I mean, there's a lot of commentary. I'm looking for mostly updates. They don't have access. They're not getting piped the information.
I like them for rallies. I didn't even consider them, to be honest, for this. I looked at it and I was like, they cover rallies. They do really well with the rallies and showing the crowd, but.
And One American News is phenomenal, but we need to get to the point where the independent journalists and independent media can get this information. I mean, if we want piped ballots or piped information, we need to have the mainstream media use the mainstream media because unfortunately they've got the money to pipe it in. Let's take a look at Fox real quick and see where we're at.
Biden up 5 with 94% in Ohio. Trump is up 8.
Right.
8. That's a 12-point swing.
Quinnipiac is having a bad night. Quinnipiac polls.
No, but I mean, pretty much all the polls except Trafalgar.
Des Moines.
And Des Moines Register was right. But I mean, he's up 5, 6, 7, 8.
What do you got?
More than 8 points. That's a 12-point
You know, it was interesting.
Hey, Tom.
Register poll because we've all learned through the long years of covering the Iowa caucuses that they do a great job out there on that poll.
Put out something that
That's
says,
very
make a
well
plan, make it happen, it's time to show up.
And when it came out in...
somebody said Trump 2020, someone said no, and I said already happening, and I guess I got labeled as offensive content.
Why?
Because I said already happening.
What's already happening? Make a plan, show up?
A week ago, yeah, I said make a plan, show up, and someone said Trump 2020, and I said that's already happening.
Oh.
And me saying that's already happening got a label that says offensive content.
Yeah, well, you know. Hey, Tom, I think Ohio, we're good. So here's where we stand on the map right now. Okay? I think we take Ohio. I think we take Iowa. I think we take Wisconsin. I'm really, really good with Michigan. I think that we get Michigan. We need to watch Wayne County, but Michigan is looking good in my eyes. I think Whitmer was probably, Jeff, you said it really well. I think Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor of Michigan, was the MVP for the GOP, the most valuable player that we had
in Michigan.
In Michigan, yeah.
I think the MVP, one of the outside of Trump, I think one of the big MVPs for the GOP, low key, Not trying to rhyme all this, but I'm blanking on Scott Presler, to be completely honest. That dude hustled his weight across the entire country, cleaning up cities and registering people for Republican on a massive scale.
Okay. I will.
That's my.
You're gonna have to send me that info. That's not one I'm familiar with, but all right. Yeah, I think.
Long-haired guy. He was I hate using these terms. I hate identifying people, but he's gay. I'm pretty sure he's.
I don't know him. I'm not worried about how he goes to bed, but I don't know him.
I agree, but I don't like labeling that. But that's how some people know him. He's got super long hair and he goes to different cities. He's the guy that shows up in San Francisco and
What's
Baltimore
his name?
and all these different cities. Scott Presler. He's constantly cleaning stuff up in all the cities across the country, and while he's there, he's registering people at record numbers. Like, he is registering people.
All right, let's hear what he's got to say here.
Who? Brett Baer?
Hey everybody, this is Scott Presler. We created my website, scottpresler.org, because I don't care if you're 16 years old or 60 years old. There's a place for you in our constitutional republic to affect change in your community. And even though I'm so humbled to have over 290,000 followers, that doesn't mean anything unless we connect everybody together, unless we unite as a team to affect change. And so there is going to be an opportunity on the website for you to
sure he's on the right? He sounds like a lefty.
Find people in your area to help register voters,
hey, I like
to
it.
help knock on
I like
doors,
it a lot.
to help write letters. ScottPresler.org is going to be an opportunity to meet local, like-minded conservatives.
CNN just admitted that we can trust the polls. I think you mean can't. All right, I'm done with that. Is Seth, CNN just admitted that we can trust the polls. What does that mean? Do you mean can't?
Facts.
I think you mean can't.
I trust, is it Richard Barris?
Yeah, I'm not trusting the polls. I think we learned in 2016 not to trust the polls. All right, let's, I'm coming back here. Anything going on here?
Dire threats and pointing with pride and doing with great alarm, and it's all.
It's not too early to call North Carolina. Let's just get it counted. This is not that complicated.
You know, this social media outlet, which is deciding it's going to be careful about potentially misleading claims.
And it's a claim that's about to be made to the entire country, and it's in the public domain anyway. So
I mean, it certainly defeats the claim that they are an open platform and not a publication which they are editing.
Oh, now we're talking about
we have a
censorship.
Here. The Fox News decision desk now can call that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Nebraska 2nd district. That again is one of two states, Nebraska and Maine, that pulls out the one district, so one electoral vote. President Trump winning the rest of the votes in Nebraska, but one
I didn't see that
vote
happening.
will go to Joe Biden. Maine, that district has not been called yet, but we were told by Arna Michigan that President Trump is
the 2nd district of Nebraska went Biden.
It all adds up.
That's one electoral
We're going
vote.
to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we're going to check around the horn. About
I did not see that happening at all.
As the race to 270 and the race for
all right, so here
at 1:18 a.m.
All right, we need 12 electoral votes. So Georgia can do it, Pennsylvania can do it.
Let not your heart be troubled.
Arizona and Nevada can do it, but neither Arizona or nor Nevada can do it.
I would have told you.
Maine and Nebraska just split congressional district electoral votes, so that's a wash.
Whose name was John.
Yeah, Maine and Nebraska. Well, we picked up 2 in Nebraska as opposed to 1. Let me mute that.
What's the percentage counted in Nebraska?
Nebraska is President. Nebraska is 89% reporting.
That's a pretty solid amount.
Yeah, 56% for Trump. Well, and that's the thing, is that we've got a 15-point lead on Biden in Nebraska, but 2nd district, I'm guessing, is where Lincoln, Nebraska is, and so
that stuff gets so confusing. Maine's like that too.
Nebraska and Maine are the only 2 states that are like that, where you can split the electorate.
I know.
Yeah,
I agree. But
so
regardless, like, they're both confusing on that level. Look at that. Every county red. Well, there's still a handful left, but every county red except for one, and they cover down.
Well, yeah, but it's the most populated. Yeah, I've got that on here, Seth. Let me show you. Yeah, so I've got that on here. Maine's 2nd district and Nebraska's 1st and 3rd district.
And to put that in perspective, Maine Southern District is that, like, the southern portion of Maine is super Somalian, like, insanely. They've been pumping Somalians into Maine since 2000.
So it looks like Minnesota.
People have no idea. Southern Maine is very, very much. I learned about Minnesota after I knew about Maine.
Well, you moved from Maine, didn't you?
Agreed, which is why I'm speaking from that. Like, that was.
Well, just to clear up that this is firsthand experience.
Yeah. So I moved to Missouri in 2000 and 2001, and when I moved back in 2001, I remember a childhood friend of mine telling me, "Hey, there's Somalians that are just being pumped into our state," and I was like, "What?"
That was during Barack Obama.
No, that was under Bush, bro. 2001 was under Bush. Obama didn't come on the scene till 08.
Until 08. Really? I didn't realize that Bush had brought so many.
Bush.
Well, no. I'm not a fan of either Bush. We've had 4 horrible presidents in a row. Bush. Everybody since Reagan has been on the same globalist agenda. Okay, destroying this country. I haven't been a fan of any of them. But that's a whole other story for a whole other show. We're not going to get into that tonight. That we won't ever get off of this call. Let's take a look here.
They're going to get a good chunk of those. We've heard the explanation from our.
It wouldn't be too early to call Pennsylvania if they hadn't stopped counting.
It's clear that there's a lot of consternation on the Trump campaign side about the way the way this is rolling out tonight.
Mark McSally has refused to concede in Arizona. So let's bring in Darren Shaw.
What's that?
Part of our decision desk.
Virginia flipped.
Yeah. Did you hear that at all? This is why I've been saying don't trust.
Hold on. Virginia is not flipped. We're 300,000 votes behind, as of right this second.
They flipped earlier.
No, it flipped. That's been pretty solid. Joe Biden all night. 82% reporting.
No, one of the media companies actually came out and said that they had flipped. They put them back Republican.
I mean, it's got a lot of Republican coming in, but the county's coming in, but we are, 220,000 votes behind. 82% reporting means, well, there's with 3.7, 3.8 million. Hang on. I'm good, but. All right, and so there's, what did I say, 82? There's roughly 4.7 million votes, so we've got 3.7, 3.8 reporting. So we've got another million votes out there.
I can tell you
it's possible.
I know who's running. It's Elaine Laraya.
Who? Where?
She's actually my former XO.
Where?
My XO on my ship.
For what?
Norfolk area.
What's she running for?
Democrat.
For the House.
Yeah, my bad.
District 2. Okay, yeah, she's all right, so House results by district, she won. Elaine Luria, she won by 3 points.
I like her in terms of anything Israel related, but outside of that, I disagree with her on everything.
That's got to be fantastic, huh?
I've given her credit in the past. I've actually given her kudos on my show. Specifically, I don't like or dislike people just because I know them. However, I showed a video where she came out. Chuck Schumer actually tossed promoted her, gave her kudos, and then she spoke, and I was like, I agree with what she has to say. And then outside of that, any other issue, I'm just like, no, ma'am, like no.
All right, let's take a look at the polls or at the election right here. We got anything going on here? Keep track, nothing going on.
Hey, just so you know, too, Nevada's
gonna go Trump. Nevada's gonna go Trump.
It's looking that way.
Yeah, it's. I gotta admit, I did not think so. Hang on.
Richard Barris, who's a pollster, is saying you have to get 45% in order to win, but Trump's like.
You have to get what?
Like he's at 68%. Oh, that's.
So currently in Nevada, we're looking at 51%. 51% Biden to 46.5% Trump. So Biden is up by 40,000 votes. So not very much. We've got 51% of the expected vote counted. So, I mean, there's definitely room to take it back. But Nevada was not one that I was expecting us to win going into this. We should have, but it's definitely not something that I was expecting based on prior elections. So let's see here.
There's a lot less counties in that state than I expected. It looks like there's only like 13 to 15 or so.
Yeah, it's a lot of desert land. Wisconsin, we've got 86% of the expected vote turn in. We've got 51% for Trump. Okay, 1,004,000 to 1,003,000, just under 1,003,000 for Biden. I expect that Wisconsin will stay Trump. Michigan, we've got 63% of the expected turn in and almost 54% for Trump to 44%. So we are leading by almost 10 points. Just over 9 points actually, but Joe Biden has 1,500,000. It's going to come down to Wayne County in Michigan. Actually, let me see if I can get a better. Let's see if we can get a better Michigan results. All right, so fine if you're not going to let me use the website. Okay, there we go. So Detroit, Wayne County has 37% in. All right, so that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. All right, so here's what we're looking at in Michigan. We've got Wayne County. Ooh, that's actually better than I expected. Okay, so Washtenaw and Wayne are only going 66% and 57% to Biden. That's actually a lot better. That's actually a lot better than I expected. Wayne County, I would have expected to be somewhere around 85%. And we're sitting at 40% for Trump, which that's if that keeps up, that's going to be fantastic. We will do a better job of holding based on population in the other counties. So yeah, everything right around Detroit is going. But 66, 57, 53, that's not bad at all. That's really good, actually. So 66% of the vote is turned in, and let's see, 61% expected turn in, and 66% And 57%. Okay, so... And that's... Oh, wait. I'm reading this wrong. Wayne County is only 37% turned in. That's not good at all. Okay, so if 60% of the remaining votes go to Joe Biden, we're going to have to make up, what is that, 60%? 350. Okay. So we're expecting roughly 1 million votes. So that's another 600,000. That's going to be tough. Let's take a look at that. Did I do that right? Don't do math in your head. Yeah, I think I did. Okay. 1.8 million and 1.5 million. So we're 300,000 behind. All right, that's a lot of legroom to have to make up. All right, so Wayne County might hurt us here. I don't like that Antrim, that we have no information on Antrim County. I don't really know what we're looking at there. Houghton hasn't turned anything in. Lapeer is right next to an urban area. I don't know what big towns are in Lapeer, but they haven't turned anything in. Yeah, yeah, we're going to have to keep our eye on that. That's going to need some work. Let's take a look. Texas, Florida, Ohio. Biden is ahead. See, even they're not calling Arizona. I'm going to call Alaska. There's no way that... Trump loses Alaska. All right, so Fox called Arizona. I pulled it back. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 77% of the expected vote turn-in is counted. Currently, we are leading by 4 points, and we have... yeah, 77% in. We've got 23% to go. And it looks like... So, and this is what I'm looking at, guys. So, when you're looking at this, and you're seeing some of these counties, and you see, okay, well, Biden's winning in Ashland County, but Ashland County is 99% turned in, right? So, that's a good way to kind of get a feel for... Biden is winning in Bayfield County. He's up in Bayfield, but they're 99% counted, right? He's ahead in Dane County. They're 92% counted. You look at, Door County, Douglas County. They're 94, 95% counted. Eau Claire, 87% counted. He's gonna pick up some votes there. 99, 96. 69, so he's going to pick up some votes here. So what do we have total votes here? We've got 50,000. 50,000 is 70%. So half of that, there's 25,000 votes. He's going to get 60% of them, let's say. So he's going to pick up another, 15,000 votes. Okay. So looking at, and you can kind of go through this and figure out what we're expecting. And this is how they call these states. If you guys were ever wondering how this happens, it's because you can go to this and you can figure out, even at 20-30% turned in, the law of averages and the law of sampling, like you can look at these numbers and we can kind of break it down, unless there's a major upset for some reason, which would be like if somebody dropped off a dump truck full of forged ballots that are all for one person. But in general, you can go through these, and I'm really glad that CBS is doing, or that NBC is doing this, and you can go through these and you can get a really good feel for the election. So For Milwaukee County, for example, 59% of that is going to Joe Biden. Okay, well, they're only 41% in. So we've got 240, let's say 240,000 votes. 240,000 votes is 41%. So we expect Joe Biden to get now, if that may count, if that those numbers are consistent, we say 240,000 votes. Okay, we divide that by 41. Okay, we multiply that times 59.9, so let's say 60%. Okay, and we say we expect Joe Biden to get 351,000 votes in Milwaukee. Okay, and if you have an Excel spreadsheet and you can just plug in these numbers, then you can actually project the entire state and get a really good feel. Once you start getting to 40, 50%, you've got a pretty good idea how the ratio is, right? Because one vote does make a difference, but it's lots of one votes that add up that make a difference, right? And you can see based on the ad spend and based on what people, where the speakers have been, where the campaign has done their speeches, and what's been going on, how all of that kind of comes together. CNN hasn't called Arizona yet. That's really good. Houghton is a college town. Yes, I remember. Sean's up there. I'm really shocked Sean hasn't jumped on this podcast yet, Julius. Wayne County can absolutely flip Michigan. Seth. McSally is not conceding in Arizona yet. I don't know why she would. We've got over 1 million votes that are at least 1 million votes that are not counted. In reality, I don't see. I gave up on McSally winning Arizona a long time ago, though. I think she blew it at the primary. Daniel McCarthy got 36% of the GOP primary. Rich, I think that we end up keeping Wisconsin. Donald Trump has done a lot for the steelworkers. He's done a lot for the unions. He's done a lot for the energy industries. And then you add the lockdowns. I really think that and I have all night I've been saying this. I think we take Wisconsin and I think we take Michigan. I'm really, really surprised that we didn't come closer in Minnesota. And I'm going to go dig into the county level on that in a minute. I want to see if maybe I underestimated a specific county, which that may be what happened. But I'm really shocked that we didn't take Minnesota. And that they've called that already for Joe Biden. I thought that would at least be a contender. After the 2016 election, when we had so many upsets that Donald Trump literally rewrote the map to the White House by changing states that were strong Democratic strongholds, I thought that Wisconsin or that Minnesota was going to be one of them for this year. So. All right, so looking at Wisconsin, I think we end up getting Wisconsin. They're still counting in Pennsylvania. Expected results between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. Trump is expected to speak soon. When he speaks, I will be cutting to that. All right, so 78% are in. There's an estimated 800,000 remaining. Of those 800,000, remember, we are expecting at least 3. Oh, no, that was Wayne County. I'm sorry. There's 800,000 remaining. And currently, we're looking at 51 to 47, so we're up by 4 points. I think we're looking really, really good in Wisconsin. If we come back and we go to what were you guys asking for? Trump wins 2 of Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, and he wins, I think. All right, so on my map right now, I've got Michigan and Wisconsin are both Trump. And the only ones that I haven't called for the night are Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. I think North Carolina is actually still up for grabs, technically. But... yeah, we're 80,000 votes ahead in North Carolina, and 96% of the vote is in. So let's take a closer look at that. Yeah, there's 300,000 votes left in North Carolina. So that is too close to call, depending on what counties they are. But we can take a look at that real quick. In Alamance County, we know we're better than 50%. So as long as we stay better than 50%, right? 5%. We're almost 50%. It looks like we're in the lead, except for here. Okay, Buncombe County is one of North Carolina's bigger counties, and we're pulling just under 40% in Buncombe, and they have 8% of the vote in that district or in that county to go. So like that's how you can kind of look at these. That's how they call them. And again, here we come down here and we see that we're at 40%, and those counties are the ones that are they still have 5% remaining, right? Now we come here, we look at Wayne County in North Carolina, and we see that we got 8%, and Donald Trump's getting, better than 50% of the vote in Wayne County. So it just kind of depends. This I can see why they're not calling this state. This is a really tough one to call. When you jump over,
You're just talking about North Carolina?
Yeah.
He's going to win North Carolina. The only reason they haven't called it yet is because they gave themselves a 9-day window outside of the election. That's it. He's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win North Carolina. The numbers are there. There's nothing available for Biden. There's not. The counties of which Biden needs, he doesn't have. The votes, for the most part, are in for the Biden side of it.
Well, yeah, but the problem with Pennsylvania, hang on, what is Pennsylvania? Can you pull up when their mail-in ballots have to be in?
They're supposed to be in by Friday, legally.
That legally they have to be there by this upcoming Friday.
That's
right.
That's what legally, based on the Supreme Court.
Okay.
They're saying they won't have them all done by Friday.
Well, that doesn't matter. The Supreme Court says they have to be there by Friday. Facts. Whatever doesn't come in by Friday doesn't. I mean, technically, I'm sorry, but they should have been in by today. They got an extension.
Looking at what Richard Barrett, I'm watching Steve Bannon right now on my other screen.
Okay.
And the way he just broke it down, county by county, there is not. When you look at what the percentage is left in Pennsylvania, it's not even available for Joe.
Let's take a look in Pennsylvania. I haven't opened up Pennsylvania yet, but so if we look at Pennsylvania, 67% of Adams County is in, and Joe's only getting 17% of that. So the remaining 40%, will get 80% on. Joe is getting Allegheny. Allegheny is one of the bigger, if not the biggest county. It is the biggest county, it looks like. 300.
So the same thing you're seeing in Pennsylvania is exactly what you're seeing in North Carolina. The media is holding off on calling stuff specifically because they have these extra days available. They're not calling it because they're trying to give Joe the win. Or the option.
Sure. And they don't want to call it because they don't know how many votes are in the mail.
That's not even the case.
Hang on, what do we got here?
Even if you added those in, Joe doesn't.
Oh, no problem, Richard. I'm glad to be able to help. So they're still counting in Pennsylvania. Expected results between right. So Seth, they should be able to give us a decision or something that we can call tomorrow, but we won't have final results on it. We won't have final results on it until the end of the week when all the mail-in voters are in. But and that's the thing. Oh, hang on. And Halal Pond. In search of followers. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, thank you. All right. That was absolute not necessary. Spam. Yeah, no problem, Richard. I'm glad to be able to help. And you know what? I'm glad to have found this. The Decision 2020 on the NBC, they do a really good job of breaking it down. This is the reason that I kept going back to Fox, because I didn't see this before. This is what I kept trying to go back to the video in order to be able to get live. Were these numbers. Being able to break it down like this is fantastic, because then you can actually make the calls. And I really want to take a look at Arizona. So Arizona, we've got, do we have enough anywhere to be able to make it up? So Maricopa, 78% is in Maricopa, and Biden only got 54% in Maricopa. Okay. Pima, he got 61. They're 85% in. Santa Cruz is too small to matter. I mean, every vote matters, but they're not going to make a difference here. We're down by, what are we down by? 160,000. All right, so 160,000, where do we get them? And that's what you look at this for. So when you're looking at Arizona, Richard, and I'm saying, okay, well, in Maricopa, Joe Biden is getting 54%, right? We're getting 44.7%. So he's getting 9.3% more than us in Maricopa. And Maricopa is 78.7% in. So if I add up the total votes in Maricopa, and to be very exact, let's go 609, 651. 609, 651. Yep.
But just a heads up, POTUS is going live possibly in the next 20 minutes from the East Room.
I'm watching him. I got him live on the TV.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a heads up I got from Raheem Kassami on Steve Bannon. And they just broke down North Carolina.
Yep.
All the blue counties are 99% in. So
in North Carolina, yeah. I've been saying we were going to get North Carolina all night. So on my map, I think we end up with North Carolina. I've made it red a half a dozen times throughout the night, but I think we end up with North Carolina. I think we end up with Wisconsin. I'm not calling Michigan, but if I were a betting man, I'd bet quite a bit if we were taking Michigan. Okay. And at that point, okay, where are we at with Nevada right now? Nevada.
If I had to guess too, what he's probably going to say in 20 minutes is we're going to wait till tomorrow. I
don't think he's going to say. I hope he doesn't. I hope he does not.
Just prepare yourself. President Trump's going to take the classy route on this. He's already won, bro. This is over. The numbers are there. They can't argue this. They can't litigate it. He's going to win. I think, honestly, here's why. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. I think this is how he settles a lot of the unrest tonight. That's my personal opinion. I think he takes the leader route and says, let's wait until tomorrow in order to calm the country for tonight.
I sure hope not. I mean, not that he doesn't take the leader route. He always takes the leader route, but I don't want to see. Here's the thing. I don't want anybody to drop this ball. What?
Is click the only thing you have to do, the only thing on your screen that you have, the map that you have up, is click Pennsylvania and it's game over. He won.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So we're clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So click Pennsylvania, click Georgia. I mean, absolutely. You click Pennsylvania, you click Georgia, or you click Nevada and Arizona. Either one, but Biden has to win 3 of 4 states in order to beat him. Like that. That's absolutely true. So I mean, but we've seen this before. They counted. Hang on. Where's the photo? I absolutely refuse I absolutely refuse. I absolutely refuse to be the new meme.
Be the new meme.
like that's just not, you know what I mean? I won't do it. I refuse. Okay, you don't count it until it's over. The election is not finished. You don't go to bed. You don't like it's not done. When the votes are counted, you go home. When it's finished, you declare a winner and you call it over. But this now, I mean, this will definitely be in. We're definitely going to have lawsuits. We're definitely going to have things that are happen. But the thing is, you don't. No, this needs to end.
You're not gonna be a meme because you're not gonna cry over the election.
Well, no, I'm not going to be a meme, but you know.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this is outside of our control. The states are shutting it down. Pennsylvania, Georgia, are not counting anymore tonight. That's not even gonna happen.
There's a reason, and that's the thing. So what he needs to do is he needs to come to the table. He needs to come on TV, and he needs to say that they should be counting. He needs to reassure America to let them know that he is watching, and he has people there that are watching to make sure that nobody's getting screwed. See, that's the thing, is it's not about who wins. I mean, it is. The next 4 years matter, okay? And it is about who wins this election, but there is something that's actually more important than who wins the election, okay? And that's that we all walk away from the election having faith that the election was real and that our votes counted. Okay, yes, the left definitely wants it to last a week or more. They want to drag it out because they want to give opportunities for this to cheat. They want it to go into chaos. Yes, absolutely, I agree. But it's not about that, okay? It's not even about who wins the presidency as much as it is the faith in democracy working. See, that's why you can't go and say this all needs to stop. We have to trust the system. Absolutely, Richard. We need to be able to know that we chose the next president. It's not my president. It's not my president and not your president. It's this is America and the people have the power. And the moment that the people stop to believing that they have the power is the moment that anarchy and uprising becomes the only answer. And then it's sad to say, all of a sudden now the left and I agree on something, you know? We need this as a country. Win, lose, or draw, it can't get dragged on. It needs to have an answer. There can't be we might have a president in January, we might not. There can't be because State Farm Arena is filling with water and soaking ballots, and apparently they're all, grabbing life rafts to try and save themselves, right? We can't be wondering if they're going to need a new election in Georgia. Okay, if they need a new election, then we need to figure out what we need to do in order to be able to have a new election in Georgia, and they need to have a special election. They need to have that worked out really fast, because the entire country is waiting on them. They've got about 3 weeks to have it figured out. I think December 8th is the constitutional deadline for the states to have the electoral... is it the 8th or the 12th? Hang on. I honestly...
By the way, there's a post of someone, QTA17, that says it's happening, and then they posted what looks like a drop. It says Red 1 remove POTUS Twitter. Just to put it in perspective, I'm looking it up right now.
What?
Real Donald Trump was not only labeled, he has not posted in over an hour now. It looks like Twitter possibly has
no way
POTUS. So that would be Red 1. POTUS Twitter, remove POTUS Twitter. Still has an account, so it hasn't been removed yet. Possibly. I'm not saying that's the case.
Yeah, no, I'm not. The account is still there. Shared in this tweet is disputed. It might be misleading.
Why hasn't he told the people, hey, I'm going to go live in 20 minutes?
He might be working on his speech.
No.
I mean, look. I'm with you, but I don't do conspiracy on here. This is I focus on facts. This is the in 5 minutes. If what you're saying is true, then we announce it. But not on this. Not on here. I on my channel, it's all about facts.
You don't have to go with it. I'm just saying it's a possibility. He hasn't tweeted in
well, I mean, on that note, it's a possibility that the Easter Bunny ate Santa Claus for Halloween. You know, it's a possibility.
Pointless.
There's a lot of.
Okay, well, your president's going live in 20 minutes and
I'm watching it.
Over an hour.
I'm watching
After he got slammed with some or all of this content shared,
yeah,
this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous. All he said was, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it.
Agreed.
Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. I don't know where is... See, and that an hour ago, that should tell you what he's going to come out with when he goes on stage. He's not coming out with we're going to wait until tomorrow. He's going to come out with, we're going down fighting. Okay, and you know what? I hope he does.
I'm just giving awareness to the fact that he has not tweeted in over an hour.
Well, that's unlike him. But in fairness,
put in Twitmo for over a week.
In fairness, an hour ago, the tweet before that specifically says I'll be making a big statement tonight. So he did announce that he was going to make a statement an hour ago.
I'm just saying.
So. Yeah, when it becomes a fact, then and actually he's had a really slow tweet day. The last tweet before that was 7 hours ago, and then before that was 10 hours ago. So, I mean, I'm showing we've got almost nothing today from him. In fact, the last few days.
Also, BT Dub, Benny Johnson just put out, what you're watching tonight is the sealing of an election before your very eyes. Massive swing states run by Democrats that are voting overwhelmingly for Trump refuse to count their votes. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are breaking Trump. Clear in the data. Why stop? Only one answer.
Who's stopping, though?
They're attorney generals and governors, I'm sure.
Well, see, now get me an article for that, because I'm not seeing that. I haven't seen that yet.
Benny Johnson saying
Facebook shut down. Hang on.
Pennsylvania shut down for the night.
Yeah, Pennsylvania shut down. They shut down a long time ago. They shut down. Pennsylvania shut down a long time ago, and Georgia announced there was going to be a delay 5 hours ago. That's old news. Where is... Hang on. Hi, Peter. How are you? Yeah, there's definitely voter fraud in Arizona. No ballots were affected by the pipe burst. Yeah. Seth, I was kidding about the life rafts in Georgia. I'm just making a point. We've been on here now for I don't know 6 hours. Between both broadcasts. I try to joke a little bit. Seth, I'm still seeing his account. I'm not seeing that he was actually shut down. And check out Joe Biden. Joe Biden, who I probably should follow, but I couldn't stomach to see his tweets. Oh, that kind of looked like AOC leaning up against the fake wall. To declare winner in this election, it's the voters' place. Okay, yeah, wonderful. Feel good about where we are. We believe that we're on track to win this election. Yeah, you're wrong. Let's see, Kamala Harris. Okay. Hold 1 second.
Steve Bannon just said that Trump wins Arizona.
Steve Bannon did?
That's what he put out.
Where, on Breitbart? Or
Live.
on, his Twitter?
No, live.
War
Room. He has a YouTube War Room channel.
Yeah, hang on, I'm going. It's Trump War Room, right?
I think it's called War Room Global Election Night.
Got it.
And when you have smaller numbers like this, it's easier to move the margin quicker. And then Cocacino, I saw the numbers for Republicans over Democrats out there, and that no doubt will also move. Really, though, it all comes down to these two counties because the other ones will follow if these two counties.
Hold on a second.
Maricopa absolutely still has plenty of votes to tighten that to a draw. Trump doesn't have to win it. He doesn't even have to tighten it to a draw. He just has to lose it a little bit and not get blown out like this. And as long as he does that and then makes it 40% or better at Pima, but the bottom is 40. If he can do that, it is in play. Fox made a bad call here. And the reason why, it's just way too much. And look, in Yavapai, he's now actually he ticked up a little bit. We really thought 63 out there, but 61 isn't at all horrible. That's about where he was in 2016. He just needs to get Maricopa tighter, and that is what our polling showed at the final week in Arizona, and why he did get an advantage in the end in our polling. Because Maricopa, the later the voter, the more conservative they were. And that didn't matter if they were Republican, if they were independent. The later they voted, the more conservative they were. And then we had them at 40 in Pima. And that really needs to be the case. That needs to be the case.
I think the president's moments away as well from speaking from the White House, so we're going to make sure that the audience take that live for the audience. Stick around here on the War Room channel. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you're liking. Make sure you're sharing. Got a record 92,000 live viewers on the YouTube channel right now.
I want to top 100,000 live. Let's get some folks up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Come on, this is history in the making. Rich, before the president comes on, I want to hear if you were the president, what would you say tonight? Joe Biden's already spoken. Obviously, people are going to probably hit the right real quickly. What do you think the president's going to come out in a second? What do you think? What do you think the president should say?
I think there's only one way to stop this plan that they clearly put together before the election and are trying to put in motion. That's to make them a Gore loser. Talk about how they're disenfranchised.
All right.
Voters.
I'm done with that. All right. So here's what I think the president's going to say, and here's what I hope to hear from him. All right. I hope to hear the president's come forward and announce that he's got a handle on what's going on in Pennsylvania. I hope to hear that he's got a handle on what's going on in Georgia. I hope to hear that he's optimistic about Nevada and Arizona. I hope to hear that he's optimistic about Michigan. I hope to hear something other than I don't want to hear we'll figure it out tomorrow. I want to hear my people are already on it. I want to hear the American people have spoken and their votes will be counted. I don't need him to step forward and say we won. I don't need him to step forward and say that oh, and it looks like here we go. What I need Donald Trump to come forward today, and I really hope that he does it right now, is that he comes forward and say the American people have spoken, and we will get to the bottom of what they said momentarily. That's what I want to hear the president of the United States say when he takes the floor.
All right, homie. I'm a pop off of here.
All right. Thanks for joining. Hey, guys, I have the phone lines open. If anybody wants to join in, okay, the number to call is 520-900-TALK. You don't have to jump on video like Jeff did, but you can absolutely join in on the show. It's 1-502-900-8255, and you'll be transferred into my call queue, and you can go ahead and jump on here. In case you haven't noticed, I do like company on these shows, so Come keep me company. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Bye, Jeff. Thanks for jumping on, and thanks for posting your link, and I hope you get a couple of follows.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm just, at the end of the day, my whole goal is just to educate people, bring more people to awareness. So that's not about me, and I know you think like that too. It's all about the collective. So love you,
all right,
team member. Thanks for doing what you do, and I will catch you in the mañana.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, peace.
All right, guys. That was Jeff Dow with Digital Soldier Network. As he says, bringing you the tools that you need to fight the battle. If you're on here, you should check him out. Subscribe. And it looks like if you're just joining, President Trump is going to be taking the floor here soon to be address the nation from the White House. It is 12:06 a.m. Mountain Time, which means right now it's about 3 a.m. Eastern Time. And as it sits, by my count, I think that we are sitting 227 to 242. I think I am personally willing to call Wisconsin for Donald Trump. I think Michigan, we need to see what's going on in Wayne County a little bit further, but I'm very optimistic and hopeful that that's going to be a call for Donald Trump as well. What I'm hoping to hear from the president when he steps forward is not a claim of victory. In fact, I specifically hope that he doesn't claim victory. Oh, is it 2 o'clock Eastern? My bad, Seth. I forgot. I hope that he doesn't claim victory because that would be a really good way to create animosity and tension in the country right now. What I would absolutely like to hear is just that he has people in control or auditing and paying attention to what is going on in Pennsylvania and Georgia. That they have a handle on what happened to the 1 million plus, and actually I suspect that it's probably closer to 2 or 2.5 million votes that are missing in Arizona. That they have people that are on top of what's going on in Georgia at the State Farm Arena, where the water lines are broken apparently, and they've had to stop counting votes. These are just questions. These are all questions that I expect the president to hopefully address, and that'll come here soon. While we're waiting on that, I'm going to make sure I've got that queued up here. I think I'm going to do that on Fox. Yeah, they're already lined up for that. Let's see what they're saying.
With the vote, it's somewhat different. However, obviously in Florida, we had a result in Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these states. So it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states had been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden, Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
And it's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it'll be, so divisive in terms of, you look at the comparison. Let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, the counties that are strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily minority votes. In Pennsylvania, again, you're looking at votes concentrated in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area. Again, specifically in Philadelphia, heavily minority votes. And the suggestion that there might be some hanky-panky or fraud or whatever is, again, going to raise the level of division, I think,
Just
in the
looking
country.
at
I think it just tears out
Senate
the
race
social
here.
fabric.
Can I just...
let me hold on 1 second. We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do
We
have
have
a call tonight.
47.
The decision desk is now calling the Montana Senate race for the incumbent, Steve Daines, Republican, against former Governor Steve Bullock, who was a presidential candidate at one time, ran for Senate. This was supposed to be a Democratic pickup. This is a big hold for Republicans, and you see the 46-47. It's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan, if you look to
keep the
Purdue
Senate
and
here.
Georgia, if he stays over 50%, that we may this morning be able to say that Republicans are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal from the Trump-Pence campaign breaking. Democrats plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask for you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We have not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader. And not minority leader.
And it's worth pointing out the concerns.
What 2000 proved was that we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then.
Yeah, I think we keep the Senate.
A lot of different courts at many levels ended up in the Supreme Court.
It looks like we're probably going to.
We have checks and balances and processes. They worked then. My guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end,
I think we're going to end up actually coming back at 52.
They won't.
52 seats in the Senate.
Any worse than they refused
based
to accept
on this
Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats
I think
was
we take
they wanted to count
Michigan.
every vote. But they didn't really want to count every
Susan
vote.
Collins is solid in Maine.
Keep counting votes in parts of
She
Florida.
has a lot of
where they
support in Maine,
believed they
even though
would
I'm
pick
not a
up
huge
votes.
fan.
They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book.
North Carolina is going to be close, but I'm banking on Trump pulling North Carolina out. And if Trump pulls North Carolina, then you got to figure Tillis does.
The Gore team. The Gore team. Yeah, David Boies was the Gore team.
That's right.
And he said it in his book that they didn't want to go counting more, try to count in the counties where they didn't think they were going to pick up more.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you think? Because you're going to start to say, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it, but
that's what I'm saying.
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of that.
It's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look, we did some history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896, Hayes and Tilden, post-Civil War, during Reconstruction, an election that went on for months with no resolution until it was finally decided. Back then, they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump.
Every minute's a bonus, Britt.
To speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
I can hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, look, that Bush v. Gore decision, I mean, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people, and we all remember it. You were there covering it. I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won, and woke up in the morning with my husband saying, "I'm so sorry, I didn't win." And it still weighs heavy on people's minds. And at the time, there was no incumbent in the White House. The one thing that's really different about this, look at this setting, where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence. that he calls home, the people's house. I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, it also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn, and we were there. And, you know, this White House for this president in an age of COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments. And this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election bid.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean, we need to make the point, and obviously there are concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on Election Day and that elections aren't decided, in 2000 it wasn't decided. In 2004, you went to bed and we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I remember as a youngster, Jack Kennedy and Richard Nixon in 1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or the morning after who the president is not unusual and is no sign that there's anything funny
Yeah, we're
going
definitely
on.
keeping the Senate, Seth.
And, you know, perhaps when the vote is counted in all
Absolutely.
these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win and we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call, to call for the 45th president of the United States. Juan, this moment, it's fraught with a lot of things, but really getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and
Josh, if you end up coming on here, I'm sorry you.
Decisions about how elections are conducted.
Sorry
are
about
set
your election.
by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or
let's go back to
possibly
NBC here for a minute.
You know, this is a very difficult time in American life, and people are fearful.
All right.
But what we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again, and I just come back to this, I think, a very difficult moment in terms of American life. But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris had said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election, and it's, again, a consequence of the fact that every state, you know, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries.
That's really...
By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden, and while how that decision was decided, it basically...
I love the shrug. I love the shoulder shrug.
Pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
All right, let's take a look here.
You know.
And that's it.
We're up by 8 points in Michigan and 66% in.
I also say we've had about 20 minutes.
How are the counties looking right now?
Warning us for the president.
I imagine that he has a way that he
All right,
wants to
I'm
say
watching
things,
on
and
the
the
other
lawyers have a
screen.
way that
I
they
will
want-
not miss President Trump coming out. I absolutely will change back as soon as that happens. Let's take a look here. Wayne County is going to be important. It's only 17% and 37% in. Okay, so that's big. That right there is big. That's why they're not counting Michigan. So if you're seeing this, let's see here. There we go. So Wayne County is, and Oakland County. Oakland County is 85% in. So, and they're only beating us by 8% there. So, let's say, what, that's 600,000, and that's 85%. So, there's another 80,000, if I don't know. My math is off the top of my head. Yeah, so, and they're only beating us by 8%. So he's only going to end up with an additional 8,000 votes than we do, right? So when we look at, 1,693,000 to 1,987,000, well, we're 300,000 votes up. Antrim County, we're not worried about that at all. Oh, it looks like they're starting. Everybody's coming out. Give me a second here. And here we go. Oh, Fox News is running behind Yahoo. Let's see if Yahoo Finance has a live feed. Really? You're not going to let me skip the ad? All right. There we go.
1976, 68, and 1960. There are other points that I would like to make, but I'll defer to listening to the president. Election results are rarely certified on election night. And we need to make provisions not just for overseas military
See the presidential family coming out, president's family coming out
today, but we should also ensure
Donald
that all
Trump
of these
Jr.,
absentee
Eric
ballots are
Prince,
counted as well.
Eric
I'll
Trump.
let it go to the president.
Donna, thank you. The first
I
family
gotta admit,
are
I'm getting
walking
tired.
in. They've spent a lot of time on the trail, but now let's listen in to the President of the United States in the East Room of the White House, coming to speak to the American people.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
Or the earliest.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
true story.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Yep. This isn't what I want to hear, though. I agree.
So our goal now is
but this isn't how I want to hear it.
For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And
and this is what
support. I want to thank all of the people.
This is the part of President Trump that people have a hard time with.
Say a few words, please. Please.
I think he's the best president of my lifetime, and I absolutely am proud to have voted for him twice. But this is the part of President Trump that people don't appreciate, or that people don't like.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, well, there you heard it.
All right, President Trump with a pound fist on his way out of the room, saying that he had expected that they would be in the East Room tonight as part of a celebration. He heralded the record turnout, talked about all the places where he said he has won by a lot, Florida, Ohio, among others. He did take issue, obviously, with the Arizona call that we have made here tonight. He said he believed that Arizona had, quote, a lot of life in that. There's still a lot of life in that, he said, in Arizona. So perhaps, maybe they're coming around a little bit on Arizona as those numbers continue to come in tonight. But then he made it perfectly clear that he sees this as a fraud on the American people. He said it was a very sad moment tonight. And he said, frankly, we did win this election as far as he is concerned. So
he said he won in North Carolina. He's won in Georgia. We have not made those calls as of yet. He is leading. And if you look at Pennsylvania, his numbers are accurate. He is up 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. The other numbers that he cited in these other states are accurate as well. He is up there as well. In Arizona, he is trailing by about 150,000.
155.
Which is more than the margin of that he's winning in North Carolina. There you look at the numbers in Arizona. And again, we've made that
94% reporting versus 79% reporting,
though. This is an effort to steal the election, and that, frankly, quote, we have already won this election. Vice President Pence was a little bit more retrospect in how he said it. The counting continues, he said, and will continue to make America great again.
All right, let's mute that for a moment. All right, so first of all, let me say that on election night, I am disappointed in the way that speech went. I really wish that we had more of a unifying message from the president at a time like this. I'm on another channel, on another screen, looking at protests in Washington, and looking at things that, what's going on there. And we needed the opportunity to refresh that. Okay. We needed this. We needed a unifying message, and this would have been a perfect time for it, and that wasn't what we got. So I'll just say that I'm disappointed in that. Anyway, I am glad to hear that they are taking it to the Supreme Court, and that we are going to make sure that there aren't any more additional ballots created or added to the vote, that we will actually be able to believe that the election was legitimate. And that part of it, I'm glad that he did address. If you heard me before, President Trump spoke, that was absolutely what I was trying to get out of this speech, was that they were on top of what was going on, and they were going to make sure that it was taken care of. All right, so before I finish for tonight, I want to jump back in. Hang on, where is my NBC? All right, let's take a look at some of these real quick. In Wisconsin, we've got 2 million. It looks like 846,000 votes, 847,000 votes. All right, and no, thank you. Okay. So there's 700,000 votes left. When we're looking at what's still out there, oh, that's majority Trump. That's majority Trump. That's still out there. Still out there. Okay, 99% in, and that's Biden. Or Biden has a slight lead, a 1% lead in that county. 99% in, Biden has a lead in that county. 79%. So we're going to get it. Biden's going to pick up a couple of votes, but again, he's only got a 6% lead in this county, and it's a small county. So he'll pick up a few thousand votes, but not much. This is the county that makes the difference. All right. So when we're looking at Wisconsin, Milwaukee could hurt here. Let's see what the current difference is. So we've got 1,481,000 for Trump, 1,365,000 for Biden. We are currently up by 120,000, 99%, 99%, 92%. Okay. So we remember we are 120,000 up. 95%, small county. 95%, 92%, only up by a few points. 99, 95, itty bitty county. 93, not huge, not big enough. You can pick up 1,000, 1,500 points there. Milwaukee County is the one that's going to hurt. So Biden is getting 20% more votes than we are in Milwaukee County, okay, and 41% in. So out of the 60,000 votes, if Biden gets 60% and we get 40, okay, of the remaining 60%, all right, so nice easy math. And again, if anybody wants to jump in here, you can call 520-900-TALK. That's 520-900-8255. All right, let's take a look here. 146,601 plus 93,809 equals 244.10, and we can just divide that by 41.1. All right. Means every percentage point is worth 58.49. So, or 5,849, and we can multiply that times 59.9. Okay, so we expect Biden to get 350,378 votes if these numbers hold. Okay, we'll subtract 146,000. 601 that are already counted. And we expect Biden to pick up an extra 203,777 votes out of Milwaukee County. All right, so that's big news. All right. Now we need to look and see if there is 203,000 votes. Wow. We're 120,000 up in Wisconsin. That puts based on those numbers, if those numbers hold true, based on the current stats, that means that we are going to be 70,000 behind. And we might not actually be able to take. Brown County will pick up a couple thousand. We're leading by 15% points there, and it's not small, but it's not big. That'll help. We got a couple of votes there. We're leading in Burnett. Well, that's itty bitty teeny tiny. We'll pick up a few votes there, but if 25,000 votes is 60%, we're not going to pick up much. We'll pick up a couple thousand. We need Milwaukee County we need that percentage to change. We need a few points in Milwaukee, otherwise, as much as I hate to say it, we're going to lose. If those numbers hold, okay, let's take a look at Waukesha. Yeah, 60 to 37. The problem is that it's 83%, 84% turned in already. It's 84% counted, so that's 240,000 votes that are in already. Divided by 8. Yeah. So 60,000 votes more, 60,000 additional votes to count in, or just under, in Waukesha. We'll get 60% of that. So times 2 times 0.6. We'll pick up 36,000 votes. We're still 35,000 behind. Now there's a couple that, I mean, that's really close. I mean, that's really close. Then you look at, you know. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me they're not calling Wisconsin now. Looking at these updated numbers. Oh, Waukesha. I'm getting text messages correcting my pronunciation of Waukesha. It's Waukesha. Sorry about that to anybody that's listening in Waukesha. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they're not counting Wisconsin. That's going to be really, really tight. Again, from the way the map looks right now, let's see here. Even if I take Wisconsin off the board, that would put Donald Trump at 232 and the Democrats, Joe Biden, at 227. Pennsylvania and okay, so that puts 6 states back on the board. And even if Wisconsin went blue, and let's say Wayne County takes Michigan blue, and Arizona goes blue, he would still need to pick up Nevada or Georgia or Pennsylvania. But if Biden manages to pick up Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that's all she wrote, folks. So, nope. Yeah, it's really going to come down to the Midwest. This election is definitely in the Midwest right now. Let's take a look here. I want to see what's going on in Georgia. Let's take a closer look at that. %93% of the vote in, or 91% of the vote reporting. Let's see what we're looking at. So it's trending Donald Trump. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Let's say he picks up Pennsylvania and Michigan. That still doesn't give it to him. Rich, you said, hang on, let me catch up here. Yeah, this is how it was in 2016. I think it's close. Could go either way. Lots and lots of red counties with small numbers added up last time, but I can see it going either way. I'm still saying Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania need too many wins. Same with Biden, though, just like 2016. This is a lot like 2016. I want to check in on Twitch to see what's going on with the... I want to check in on Twitch to see what's going on with the crowd outside the White House. So, hang on, let me do that on another page here real quick. All right. So... all right, Seattle Protest Network, not a whole lot going on. And let's see. Aha, here we go. All right. So it looks like we have protests going on in Los Angeles, Seattle. There's a fire going on in Portland. There's a crowd gathering in Portland. Yeah, they're counting votes still in Philadelphia. And Vancouver. Looks like we might have some fires going on in Vancouver, Washington. At least one fire going on in Portland, Oregon. A couple of views from there. There's yep, there's some people out in Seattle. But it looks relatively peaceful, I suppose, considering. Oh, well, they're only riots when they get violent. people congregating don't consist of rioting at this point. However, it could very easily and very quickly turn into riots. It's the protests at Washington, D.C. that I really want to see. So let's come back to that. We'll tune into Fox real quick.
With all of the ballots were coming in, all of the returns were coming in, we were getting results. I was doing really well in so many states, and then they just stopped it. The suggestion from the president being that the Democrats were looking at this and saying, oh, goodness, despite what the polls were saying, President Trump is going to win, so let's stop counting the ballots now and figure out a way that we can find enough ballots to put Joe Biden over the top. That's the implied suggestion from the president. And now the president says that he's going to go, unlike Bush v. Gore, which eventually ended up in the Supreme Court after more than a month of counting and hanging chads and that whole nightmare back in 2000, the president's saying that he is going to go directly to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being cast. Now, there is a suggestion by the president that potentially some of these absentee ballots could be marked out after Election Day and then handed in. There's no suggestion in reality that that could potentially happen, but there's this idea of ballot harvesting that the president has talked about. There's this idea that the Democrats will do whatever they can to find votes wherever they may be stashed, and those put in to be canvassed, and then the results of the election change. So rather than Bush v. Gore, which took 30 days to get to the Supreme Court, President Trump is going to go to the Supreme Court right away. Another interesting thing that the president did this morning, it was suggested by our colleague Jonathan Swan of Axios a couple or 3 days ago that the president was going to declare victory if it looked like he was on the way to it on election night and then battle this out in court. The president said when he was asked about it in Charlotte, North Carolina, as he was on his way to Hickory the other day, no, that was a false report. But in fact, that does seem to be precisely what the president has done. So by declaring victory, he casts doubt on the outcome of the election as we see it now and certainly sets the stage for a long and protracted court battle that will go on not just in one state, as happened back in 2000, but at least 2 states and potentially more than that. It should be pointed out, too, Brett.
Yeah, I think they're still protesting the results of the 2016 election, Richard.
There is one news organization that's looking at those numbers and has the probability meter for Georgia now skewed in Biden's direction. So I'm sure that the Trump campaign has taken note of that and is probably going to try to do something about Georgia and what happens over the next few days there. So you've got Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania at the very least. There's also potential for Nevada. I mean, this thing could stretch into, if not just days, this could stretch into weeks. And then the one other final point that I would make here is that the stars kind of came together for President Trump in this whole scenario back at the end of September when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, and now he has full 9 justices on the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority. So even if my namesake, who's much more successful than I am, John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, were to vote with the liberal side of the court, he's still got a 5-4 majority potentially in any ruling with this election.
How are they skewing?
We'll see where this goes.
Yeah.
It's
John,
certainly going to be interesting.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, ally of the president, confidant, worked on the debate.
120,000 in Trump's favor.
The president's speech, quote, "It's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision."
In Georgia.
By the choice that he gave. We saw the teleprompters up there in the East Room of the White House. We were talking beforehand that was probably going to be a scripted statement because of the legalese that possibly it causes concern.
And I chuckled at that observation.
Yes, I knew you did.
knowing this president,
those are tiny.
But so it clearly not in the teleprompter where he says, frankly, we did win this election. And you could see Vice President Pence kind of a little bit of a cleanup on aisle 4.
There's no
we're
votes
on a path
here
to victory, and we are going to keep on fighting to make America great again. So the president wanted to get that message out.
Brett, you and I have covered this White House long enough to know that the only thing that matters is what comes out of the president's mouth.
Sure.
So he's saying we won this election, now throwing it to the courts. Katie, bar the door. We'll see where this goes.
And it's exactly what he predicted. He said, you know, as soon as I saw these mail-in ballots going out to all these states, some of them universally,
I'm not seeing anywhere where Joe Biden would pick up votes
you
in.
can guarantee that you're going to hear from a lot of folks out there in the media. You know,
everything is in, and all of Biden's votes are there.
Wrong with that
the only
statement
spot.
And, you know, some of the missteps that we've seen before, they'll probably treat these statements in a similar light.
10%, that's 20.
John, thank you very much. We want to bring in, do we have Peter Doocy? Yeah, all right, let's go to Peter Doocy, who is following the Biden campaign this morning, where I'm guessing it's pretty quiet at this point. Peter?
Oh, okay.
It is quiet, Martha, but
Fulton, you could
while we
pick
still
up,
don't have any details about when or where we will see and hear from Joe Biden next, typically at an event like this, as soon as the candidate leaves the stage comes down and the Secret Service clear out, the fences are gone. None of that happened. You still have to be wanded to come into this area. It's all still secure. So it is possible that Biden is going to come right on back here tomorrow. If he does, presumably the campaign had some more time to prepare the press corps, because the press pool that was traveling in Biden's bubble this evening with this last-minute announcement of 12:30 a.m. remarks describes campaign officials as being frazzled and giving them the wrong directions. At one point, some of the press pool were running just to get in and to be wanded by the Secret Service in time. So they do have a little bit more lead time, presumably, for tomorrow.
We got 100,000 votes extra coming out of Fulton.
The campaign at this drive-in
Everything
event
else
laid out
is
a bunch
small.
of red, white, and blue Biden-Harris traffic cones.
All right, so I'm digging in on Georgia, and I think we've got 70,000 votes that we could put towards Joe Biden in Fulton County. Other than that, most of his counties are about spoken for. And we got 2,367,000, 2,249,000. So we've got 120,000. I think Georgia goes Trump. I mean, everything else, unless there's something that's really close, a large county that's really close that turns Biden, I'm not seeing where he's picking up an extra 50,000 votes more than Trump. Trump has more counties that are down than Biden does, and the Fulton County is the only place where I'm seeing where he's got votes to get. 70,000 votes does not, it gets him halfway there. It looks like the rest of this is going to be a Trump, or even if it's a 50-50 split everywhere else, right? But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing 70-30, 70, you know, so that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing 50-50 splits anywhere here. 60, 70, 80%. Yeah, I think Georgia's going for Trump. So I'm going to probably call it quits here pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's what he said was incorrect, just not the way I would have liked to hear it coming from the United States president. That's all. It's like I said when we were lining that up, I would have liked to have heard him say that, you know, the voice of the American people will be heard, and that he's going to do everything he can to find it, and that's all. I think Georgia's going to go Trump. I don't see a way for Biden to pull it out. Hang on. Pennsylvania could very well go Trump. But if Pennsylvania goes Trump, yeah, Milwaukee might be difficult. Let's go back and look at that and see where we're at on there. %81 in. 70% in Michigan. 82% in Arizona. That just doesn't even... I don't understand how that is possible. Are they still counting? Nevada has now flipped. Well, we're catching up in Nevada. 79% in. Let's dig into Nevada real quick. 75% in Las Vegas and 86% in Reno. Are there even enough votes anywhere else to come against those? No. No, there are not. Okay, so... $70,000 votes in... If these stats hold in Vegas, I think... And 11,000 in Reno. Yeah, if these percentages hold, Nevada's going to go for Biden. I think we're catching up, but I don't know if that's something that... I mean, we might have picked up a couple of counties that reported that weren't reporting before. I think we had 2 or 3 gray counties that hadn't reported anything. Oh, thank you, Richard. Oh. It's funny because I was just thinking to myself I was going to stay on until everybody else signed off. I do this every year, or every 4 years. My brother Sean and I actually sat and we were shocked as Donald Trump came in. Don Blankenship with 2,000 votes. 1,000 votes in Clark County. You know, you almost got to respect that because he probably did that with no budget at all. Joe Jorgensen with 0.9%, 9,000 votes. She actually had a budget. Yeah, all right. So I don't think there's a way that Biden can take Georgia. I just don't see where he's getting the 70,000 votes. Arizona, Nevada, I think I've got to admit that Nevada's going to go Biden. I don't see where Trump could get the votes. Unless the tallies change. If the percentages change, then it's a different ballgame. But the numbers typically, and this is how, you know, all the numbers are done there regularly is sampling. If you take, 10,000 random votes out of a county, then you should have a relatively good sample for how that county is going to vote, right? If you take 100,000 votes out of a county, then you should have a relatively good sample for how that county is going to vote. In Nevada, I just don't see where we're going to get the votes unless something drastic changes where, and when I say drastic, it doesn't actually have to be drastic. It could be a polling place that had a really good precinct captain that was, a conservative precinct captain that did a really good job of getting the vote out. Okay. And it just hasn't reported yet. So you can have that where you come back and you check on a state, and all of a sudden things have shifted and the percentages are not the same. However, if the numbers hold at the 54-44 10-point lead in Clark County and the 51-46 5.2% lead in Washoe County, Joe Biden wins Nevada, and there's really no way around it. If we look at Maricopa, go back to Arizona. So we picked up. Okay, so we picked up Pinal County. Pinal County was registering. That's a really good example, actually. Pinal County was registering as a Joe Biden county. And now it is registering as a Donald Trump county. So, and we have it by 19,000 votes, which very realistically could be, I mean, when you're looking at a county that has 140,000 votes, I mean, that could have been a polling, just a single town polling place that didn't report and now has reported. So let's take a look and see what's in here. We're trailing by 5 points. I don't know where we get them from. If Pima County continues at these numbers, if Maricopa County continues at these numbers, Apache County, I don't know that we had more than 20,000 people vote in Apache County. I guess, let's say 62% in. So, but if those numbers, and so this is where it gets difficult, because when you're dealing with such small numbers, it's hard to actually use the statistics. It works much, much better on large numbers. When you're dealing with such small numbers, this could be just a precinct that a single polling location hasn't turned in that will lean Trump and will turn the whole area. This is all large swaths of desert land, you know what I mean? And it's a largely reservation. Coconino, we're down by 16,000 votes. Maricopa, we're down by 123. Ooh, hang on. I want to know. How. Can't even type. Jeez, my hands are. Oh, I don't want to meet the mayor. I don't want to meet the candidate. I just want to know. I don't want to meet the candidate for mayor. I just want to know who won the race. All right, let's see here. All right, District 1, District 3. Where is... Really? Show me. Yeah, nonpartisan, my tail. All right. Does anybody know? Well, they need 2 of the 3. The problem is when you give Joe AZ, okay, he's got 248 and he's got 244 and we've got 248. It's best 2 out of 3. Whoever gets 2 out of the 3 remaining wins, becomes president. This is not the blowout that I was expecting tonight. And I really was expecting some kind of a landslide tonight. This it doesn't matter whether he gets AZ or not. Even if we get AZ, we still need... Oh, no. Okay. So... he needs, if he gets AZ, he needs, 2 out of 3. So he needs 3 out of 4. He needs 3 out of 4 of the remaining, even. And so, yeah. The problem is that he's got a path on all of them. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. I want to dig in on Pennsylvania a little bit. It's the one state that we really haven't. What votes are left? 74% out. There's estimated 1.8 left. And currently we are 700 up. So we're 700,000 in the lead, and there's 1.8 back. So that means that he would need 1.2 million votes in order to be able to take Pennsylvania. So let's look at where he would get 1.2 million votes. 68%. You know what? We're up. Let's look at where we would get 550,000 votes, because we need 550,000 votes to win in Pennsylvania. 550,000 votes wins in Pennsylvania. So 60, 60, 60. We go to these high, big no. Oh, they're counting. That just jumped. They're turning in votes still in Pennsylvania. A decisive for either would be, can you believe after all this, it looks like a 50-50. Yeah, no kidding. We need a lot of arrests. After everything that's happened, after all the drops, after the Save the Children, after... I know, I'm reading your comments. Hey, Richard, I think you're probably the only person still on this run here. Hang on. There's nothing wrong with asking why swing states that are run by Democrats where Trump is winning by massive margins, hundreds of thousands of votes, just stop counting for no reason at all. Yeah, Benny Johnson just posted that. Total BS. This is a domestic election interference and election meddling. Yeah, let's look at Philadelphia County. 48% in. So Philadelphia County has the lowest. Is that right? Yeah, the lowest turn-in the entire state. And Alleghany's got 500,000. Delaware. Montgomery's got 400,000 almost. All right, so Philadelphia County has one of the largest, if not the largest county in the state. It looks like probably the largest county in the state. And they've got the lowest turn-in and the highest percentage for Biden. So are they waiting to figure out how many they need to manufacture? Well, I think I'm probably registering as one of the other two. So and I wager that Maricelli is as well. So let's see. Hang on, I might be able to see it online on. Oh wow. Pennsylvania. Oh, that's 3 hours ago. George Takei is a little behind the times. All right. So, yeah, I feel like Pennsylvania, I mean, aside from Philadelphia County, which is probably where they're manufacturing votes at, and looks fairly obvious to me, so I can imagine that somebody else is on top of that. It seems to me that should break. It seems to me that should break Trump. If it does, the problem is we still need 2. Even if Trump takes Pennsylvania and Georgia, okay, and again, I don't see any way for Biden to get Georgia. But even if he takes Pennsylvania, we still need either Wisconsin or Michigan. So let's take a look. I mean, Pennsylvania looks solid, even with manufacturing votes in Philadelphia County. We are up by 700,000 votes. Philadelphia County is half reporting, even if they come back this exact same. Yeah, the other half, I don't think they're picking it up. They're going to pick up another 200 and some votes, 289,000 votes if we double this, right? Even at the 73% margin. So, yeah, I mean, 73% there. They pick up a couple of votes. I mean, a couple tens of thousands, but not. It's 99%, 77%. Okay, so you pick up a few thousand there. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing 700,000. Not seeing anywhere dramatic where they're picking up 500,000, 400,000 or 500,000. So I mean, unless something changes, I think Pennsylvania's a good call. Yeah, Arizona hurt. Arizona and Pennsylvania would have locked it here. Let's go back and look at Wisconsin and Michigan and see if we have an update. I want to see where we finished in Minnesota. Oh, see, we did get a lot closer than they expected. Okay. So we are only 1,429,000, 1,650,000. So we're 130,000. So Minnesota got decided by 130,000 votes. That's what, 5% of the vote in Minnesota? Roughly 3 million votes. 10% would be 300,000. 5% would be 150,000. So Minnesota is going to be decided by 100 and where are we at? Oh, 230,000. Okay, so 230,000 votes. So roughly 7% of the vote. That's not bad, actually. That's respectable. Where was it in 2016? I have that open. Minnesota. No, I don't. 2016. Oh, 1,000,003. I was decided by 40,000 votes. So, never mind. What was the total vote? 2.6. And this year it was 3.1 almost. Okay, so we added 500,000 votes. And how do you do that? How do you burn down Minneapolis and gain 500,000 votes? That doesn't even make sense. How stupid are you people? Like, really? How stupid do you have to be? I just don't get it. Yeah, they have to win both Wisconsin and Michigan. That's true. They have to win 2 out of the 3. I think Pennsylvania is going to break Trump. And Trump's leading in Wisconsin, but the problem in Wisconsin is... Oh, what county was it? Milwaukee County. And all right, so he's up by 50,000, and if we double that, all right, so he's going to pick up another 50 or 60,000 there. I think I'm looking at about 70,000 votes. If I'm looking at 70,000 votes, another 8%. Yeah, I think I'm looking at roughly. That's not enough. That's not enough. Where's Trump getting votes from? Ooh. Okay, Brown has a few votes for Trump. How many votes do we need? We need 120,000. And I said I'm looking at 70. Yeah, there's a few votes out here for Trump. 59%, 65% of which are for Trump. All right, so Milwaukee County, let's do this math real quick. All right, so 146,601 plus 93,809. And if you're at home and you're still awake and you want to break out a calculator, I can show you how to run through this too. Milwaukee County. Oh, all right, there we go. You guys can't see that. There we go. Ugh, come on. Stop that. All right. There we go. Milwaukee County. Right here. All right. We are 146,601 plus 93,809 equals 240,410. All right. We're going to divide that. Now, these are not perfect math because I'm not scrolling over and getting the 1 or 2% that Joe Jorgensen got and adding in the miscellaneous others. So it's not exact, but it's really close. We're going to divide that by 41.1. All right, and then we're going to multiply it times 59.9. So we expect Joe Biden to get 350,378 votes. Minus 146,601. That's 200,000. 1.5. Yeah, Milwaukee County might do it. Is that right? Did I do that right? Yeah, Milwaukee County might do it. Look at Little Colorado. Most of the state is red. 90% will add up. Wisconsin is always like this. It is close, but I'll bet you Wisconsin goes Trump in the end. We see this every election. I hope you're right. I'm just looking at the numbers. Again, I work hard not to do conspiracy stuff. I don't like doing conspiracy stuff. Speaking of which, let's jump over to... let's jump over to Twitter real quick. And see if we've got a update from Donald Trump. Oh, yep. Update with his speech. So his account is not turned off. All right. The more you know. Yeah, Donald Trump's account is not turned off. And somebody else said that Facebook shut down. What did they say Facebook shut down? Yeah, Yes, somebody said Facebook shut something down, but I'm not seeing that Twitter is censoring Trump. They did censor his one tweet. Some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or civic process. Yeah, trying to steal the election, never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. All right, so yeah, I don't think we're going to get anything more tonight. It's unfortunate, and I think it's wrong. I think that they absolutely should have done everything in their power to make sure that we had an answer on this tonight. I think that, I think that Georgia goes Trump. I think that Pennsylvania, it looks like, is going to go Trump. I think that Wisconsin's going to be tough. Michigan, looking at Michigan, we'll go back and double check one more time and say Michigan looks like it's going to go Trump, but 96% in Marquette. 50% in Isabella, but not enough to matter. All right, so where is Wayne? Oakland is 85% in, so 10%, so 15% and half. It's only 6 points though. So, no, we're 12 points. We're trailing by 12 points in Oakland, and 85%. So there's another 60,000 votes that's going to come in there, and 12% of that. So that's another 7,000 or 8,000 votes. 1.8, 2.1. He's got 300,000 votes to make up. Where is he going to get them? Right there. That's where he's going to get them. Wayne County. 58. We're trailing by 18%. And if we run those numbers, we got 240,605 plus 166,582. It's 407,187. I suppose we could add all these up real quick. Plus 3938, 1266, and 1086. All right, if that's 43.1, and then multiply that times 58.1. Yup. How many votes did I say we needed? That's 557,000. So minus 240,605. Oh, hang on. I'm doing that. I mean, that's 316,000, but actually, I'm doing that wrong. Add 240,605, because I'm not accounting for the 40% that Donald Trump's going to get back, so I need to do the 18%. So divide that by 58.1. Sorry, it is 4 in the morning. 1:30 where I am. All right, so times 18%. It's 172,000 that he'll pick up in the lead. 172,000 puts him 1.9. It's 2,020,000. It's close. It's not going to be enough, but it is close. How far is he on other ones? 72%. He's not going to pick up enough. Not going to be enough. All right, so Wayne County, if it maintains those numbers. Sorry about that, Richard. So yeah, if Wayne County continues with these numbers, and these numbers are definitely in Joe Biden's favor, Michigan will go for Donald Trump. If these numbers skew by much, like if we wake up tomorrow and they skewed 70-30, then Michigan could go for Biden. But if this is a good sample, I think Michigan goes Trump. And there you go. As sad as I am to say it, I think Milwaukee County looks like it's skewing. Milwaukee County definitely looks like it's skewing. Let me do those numbers again. Make sure I did them right because I'm too tired. 170, 759, plus 108, 282, plus 3118, plus 876. Okay, 283,035. We're going to divide that by 47.7. All right, that's 5,933. And then we're going to multiply that times the spread. 38, so 22. So if they continue at this pace, Joe Biden will add an additional 130 votes more than Donald Trump will. And 130,000 votes puts him at 155. That's enough. I think Wisconsin goes Biden. That puts him 30,000 votes up, and it looks like, yeah, so my final numbers are 284 Trump and 254 Joe. And that's the number that, that's what I'm running with. That's what I'm running with. That's my call right there. All right, Richard, I am going to go and pass out. Good night, sir. Based on the numbers, this is what I think we have. I hope I'm wrong on Arizona, and I hope they find 2 million ballots that they're trying not to count, and Arizona turns. I hope I missed something on Wisconsin because I really expected Wisconsin to go red, but based on the current numbers coming out of Milwaukee, that is what I am. If they don't change dramatically, that's what I'm seeing. Michigan, Wayne County can't turn the state, I don't think, as long as everything else stays consistent. And Philadelphia County in Pennsylvania does not appear to have enough. Ooh, hang on. What's going on? Hang on one second. All right, what's going on? Something's going on. All right, hang on. I'm going back to Fox News for a second. We're going to see if...
Supposed to call. The president says that he thinks he can win that, but we are
They're still not calling North Carolina.
An end result here, as we've all been talking about for the last couple of hours.
How are they not calling North Carolina?
Bill just took us through a very fascinating county tour, and I'm curious what your takeaway. Do you have anything to add to that based on what he showed us in the numbers, which look like they lean President Trump's way in a lot of those situations, given the margins compared to 2016?
Yeah, look, I think Bill had an excellent presentation. I just add a little bit to it in this way. First of all, remember, we're dealing with assumptions about how many votes are left out. When we say that we've got, 91% in and we've got 9% out, those really is an assumption. We don't know necessarily how many votes there are either in the box that they have yet to, empty and run, or the mail-in ballots they have yet to finish processing. So that's an important thing. The second thing is talked about Atlanta.
Absolutely.
Talking about Georgia. Here's the other issue we need to keep in mind.
The only thing is that,
out, and what do they currently look like? And he said most.
All right. So the only thing in Wisconsin is that it would have to be. It's definitely possible for something to happen in Wisconsin that to pick up 600 to 1,000 votes in all of the 70 plus counties, okay, or in 40 counties to be able to turn the state. But the truth is that could happen in any of these, in quite a few of the states, right? Just looking at the numbers, though, it's more about where's the burden to beat. Based on the current numbers right now, it looks like Wisconsin is Biden's to lose. Okay. Whereas at the beginning of the night, I would have told you that I expected it to be Trump's to lose. You know what I mean? I think Georgia, Pennsylvania, both go Trump. I think Michigan, it doesn't look like Wayne County can pull Trump's lead down. So I think that goes Trump. And it looks like Wisconsin will probably go Biden, and we look at a Trump win. That's at this point, that's my expectation of it, is that we end up with a 254 to 284, Biden to Trump. And as much as I'm sad to see that it's that close, I'm really glad to be able to see that it's probably victory. So those are my thoughts. And yeah, after something like 6 or so hours online here, I am going to call it quits. For any of my guys, if I have anybody still overseas, thank you for tuning in, and I am going to bid you adieu. I will see you all tomorrow, and hopefully we will wake up to 4 more years of Trump. Oh, we are... hang on, let me see if I can find it here. Where is it? Did they go live?
There's probably over 1 million
all right,
mail-box ballots to count. So
count
all of the votes. Count them all. I mean, what's the harm? Accuracy should be our goal. And counting all the votes should not be a crisis. So count all of the votes.
All right. Donna,
thank you all. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to go back to the decision desk and squeeze them.
Don't go to the decision desk. I've got, looks like Laura Trump.
Do loose batteries clutter up your house? Is finding the right size impossible? And why do they always waste precious space?
All right, never mind.
What you need is the Battery Daddy storage
All right,
system.
thank you much. Have a good day.
Portable way to organize, store,
I don't think we're going to get anything more tonight. I think it's over.
Organize master.
I wish I was wrong. I really do want an answer. but I think we've dug into the numbers as best as we can. None of them seem to be changing. If I had any reason to think that they were still counting, I would stay on it. We have 597,000 remaining. So 600,000 left, of which Joe Biden needs about 400,000. Yeah, I agree. That's very true. Count all the votes usually does. I mean, let's go make some in the back room. Oh. All right. Yeah, I just don't see where he's going to get them. Milwaukee County. He's going to get 200,000 there. You know, I might have looked at this wrong. He's going to get 200,000 in Milwaukee, but yeah, I don't know. Even the news has quit. There's nobody covering this anymore. They've all gone home.
Battery Daddy uses both sides to store all.
Let's see.
Tomorrow, Fox has TV's #1 shows. First, it's a can't miss.
Where are we at on the house?
Who everyone will know.
Season 4 is full of surprises.
All new
Oh, Senate, we're 47-45. I still think we're going to end up with Susan Collins. I still think we're going to end up with Tom Tillis. That's going to be close, though. John James. Okay.
Welcome back to Fox News Election Night, really election morning now. We are watching a number of races for states as well as Senate races we haven't called yet. Fox News Politics editor Chris Stirewalt has been watching all of this unfold with us. He joins us once again for some final analysis. All right, Chris. Well, first of all, you have anything?
We got nothing. We can tell you there's vote coming in Wisconsin that we're watching closely. There's a vote dribbling in Nevada that we're looking at. Those are two states that are ripening. They're not ready to call, but they're two states where we're starting to get some. There is a vestigial, a remaining data flow there. So we've got that. But for the big three, right, in the upper Midwest, it's not going to be anytime soon.
All right, I'm going to go through some races here. Susan Collins in Maine.
So I'm going to in a lot of these races, I'm going to tell you the same thing, which is that because of that mail to day of vote discrepancy, things that look like they're solid may not be as solid as they think. Susan Collins has certainly outperformed the expectations that many had, especially at the moment when the Supreme Court nomination came down and it looked like it might be curtains for her and her poll numbers really sagged. She has clearly fought her way back in this race. She has to be pleased with where she is, but there's not going to be a call tonight.
John James in Michigan?
John James has outperformed Donald Trump in Michigan consistently in polls, and we see it also tonight. Now, Michigan is one of those states where we're going to see a big crunch, right? You're going to see things change dramatically when all of that early vote, all of those mail-in ballots that heavily favor Democrats come in. Will Democrats get their number for Trump? Could James occupy that middle space and thread the needle? Even if Trump loses
That's why
Michigan,
they're not calling
it's
these.
possible he has run an exemplary campaign and really found a way to get there in a tough state.
As Karl Rove said,
They're
Georgia,
not calling
Georgia,
these
Georgia
because
is
they don't have all the
becoming a
votes.
Central focus, and you've got 2 Senate races there, Chris. What are you seeing here?
Georgia is astonishingly close on the presidential level. Whether or not we're going to avoid a runoff.
Wait, what do you mean?
In the regular seat, in the Purdue seat, we're not going to be able to call in the coming couple of hours. But if you're Purdue, this is
what do you mean, Richard?
You've been hoping for, is that you could just crest above that line, avoid the runoff, and move on and forget about Jon Ossoff.
Okay, and we haven't said anything about Alaska, but Dan Sullivan's running there, expected to win, right?
Favored to win. Certainly, he was in our lean Republican category. Alaska has a strong independent streak, so you don't want to take too much for granted. They have slow vote count. We always joke about bringing the returns in on dog sleds. So you have to like Sullivan's chances, and you have to like Trump's chances in Alaska. Obviously, of the 7 states that we've yet to call, you'd have to like Trump's chances in Alaska best of all.
All right. So final thought for this evening as we look out. There's Alaska.
No.
He's probably going to get those 3 electoral votes eventually. Final thought as we get ready to go into the next hours. It sounds like we're going to be back at about 11 to continue this anchor-rama. What do you think?
Here's what the funny thing is. We've sort of ended up where we thought we'd end up all along, back in the upper Midwest. Now, obviously, if Georgia goes against Trump, that changes the calculus. But here we are back in those 3 states that we knew all along in
Wisconsin,
our guts,
Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Again, 4 years ago, right? And I think it's telling about where the American political attitude is, but it's also telling that we've been able to track this race so closely as we've gone. And I have a high degree of confidence in the elections officials in all of those states and all of the states that are yet to be called, because they know
as long as there's not a conflicting stamp on the stamp, the only thing it doesn't do is void the stamp.
Can we say that polls stink?
Somebody that wanted to try and cheat the mail could, I guess, take that off and use it again.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Wisconsin plus 17, ABC, Washington Post.
Right.
Every state that Trump has
but
won,
the
Florida was
the ballot is in a pre-packaged envelope.
All right.
So
thank you, Chris. We're gonna get some.
That's envelope is stamped. It's they're not cheating like that. That's not.
Let's start here in New York with Shannon Bream. Shannon.
Okay, so we're going to watch the court system to see how this plays out the next few days. If Pennsylvania is in play, there have been a couple of cases we've said the court didn't make a decision on the merits. It kind of punted on that, but there is this petition sort of sitting before the court. It's possible that it can be renewed within a quick number of days, and it would be somewhat fast-tracked, much more than you'd see a normal case. So it's clear that Pennsylvania could have a claim on the merits before the Supreme Court within days, very quickly, if that's what this team decides to do, the president's campaign.
Chris Wallace.
This race has seemed to go on for years, and in fact, it has. I just checked. Donald Trump filed paperwork to run for re-election on January 20th, 2017, the day of his inauguration. Democrats had started announcing right after the midterms in 2019. We're going to just have to be patient a little bit longer. This race is still up for grabs. 6 major states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, all too close.
The terrifying thing is that this is so close.
We're going to get a result. Obviously, if
after everything that happened this year,
litigation. If he wins, there won't. This will become clearer and clearer as the week goes on.
Well, I think, as I said tonight, I kept saying I think it's going to go on and on and on. And I think it's just sort of the pace that has been set for 2020. I think this is the year that things come hard in pretty much everything that we've had to do and watch and experience as a nation. I think everybody is hoping that Chris Stirewalt is right, that all of the people who run these states and their election commissions will be able to get this done efficiently. I think it's in everyone's best interest to count these votes and to have this resolved as quickly as possible, because otherwise it's going to be bloody ugly.
One thing we don't have a call in Nevada yet, and I do think that that could be one of those ones that could go President Trump's way as they wait for these votes to come in. It's very cloose, so I would watch for that.
I can't believe I was
At
running
this
those
point,
numbers wrong.
Every single one of these electoral votes is going to count. Also, Shannon talks about this possibly going to the court. There's also the court of public opinion. President Trump will try to dominate that. We know he's much better at that than Joe Biden, and I expect that'll probably continue in about 2 hours and 6 minutes.
Juan?
Well, I think that right after the 2016 election, after we were up all night and made that 3 a.m. call, President Trump was very clear that he didn't believe that he had lost the popular vote. And if you will recall, there was then a voter fraud commission that he started. They couldn't find any evidence of voter fraud, but they went after it. I think it was Chris Kobach from Kansas who was involved. And I think that's what you're going to see in terms of Trump as this dominant political figure who's going to use his energy and his profile to say that he is being cheated. And tonight, he did say this election is being stolen from him. This is absolutely wild stuff. And I think it's uncharted territory because even back in 2016.
By the way, this is the popular vote that we're watching.
Right.
And remember, these polls.
Yeah, a decisive vote would be much better for the country,
7,
that's for sure.
8, up 9, up 10. This is not.
They plan on them coming after the Electoral College
this is
again.
A reality. You're talking about the polls. I think we think the polls failed.
Currently, we have.
And I think Arnon doesn't think that either. Because they're talking about
the current popular vote is 67,441,000 for Joe Biden and 65,602,000 for Donald Trump. So 1.8 million people, 1.8 million more people voted for Joe Biden so far than Donald Trump.
Thank you. We survived, at least up to now. We're going to have some final thoughts before we wrap up.
Joe Jorgensen pulled in 1.5 million votes. That's...
Looking for dinner made easy? Move over meal prep and make way for pre-chopped and
Alright, that's not even respectable.
Hit the road hard to follow recipes.
That's not even respectable. God, they really need to focus. If they could just get Republicans to vote Libertarian in Democrat-held states. If Republicans in California, there's almost 4 million Republican votes in California. Just over 2 million. So we're at 6 million. And almost 3 million in New York. Oh, just over 2 million in Illinois and almost 3 million in New York. If just the Republicans had voted Libertarian, we would have 9 million people. And at that point, we would have had a recognized third party. 5% of the vote, and they're guaranteed a spot on the ballot and a seat at the debates. So the whole thing. Yeah, we've got SCOTUS. Yep. No, absolutely. Absolutely agree. The Electoral College is necessary. Well, I think I'm done for the night, even though I really don't want to. I want to stay up and I want to see this through, but I don't think we're going to have an update for another 3 hours, so let's see if they're updating any of these. It looks like Oh, they're not going to let me around it, are they? Fine. You stink. All right. All right, so Michigan. They still haven't called Arizona. $2.5 million. 2.6 million. Yeah, all right, so we've got 7 uncalled races. What do we have left? Too early to call. I sure would like to see her win that, but I don't. I mean, I'm not a big fan of hers in general, but I think it would be great to see her win. How do we split Georgia on the same election? That makes no sense. What tool is what? It's just AdBlock Plus. Yeah, AdBlock Plus. All right, so how are we looking on the House? And the Democrats maintain control. Well, that's so brutal. How are they uncalled if... How are they uncalled if... they're calling it? Why are they uncalled if they're calling it? I'm confused. All right, Arizona. Let's look at Arizona. Oh, that's horrible. She's a nightmare. California stooge. All right, so if that's uncalled, $13,000 votes. Okay, so we do have two that aren't being called. Why are we... That makes no sense. All right. Richard, I think I'm done. I'm heading in for the night. Good luck with everything, and I will see you in the morning, sir. Yeah, I'm signing out.